crawl to this crevice.
Did all that prey, no doubt.
I'm afraid you'll have to content yourself with vagrant chickens.
Okay. Damn, you could have just said something. Cool. Now I know. Why did I just get jumped? I didn't even do anything. I literally didn't do anything. Take a tentacle in your hand and invite it into where? I'm gonna switch to Jasmine. I think she's the I think she's the one that's dying. Like actually dying. False start flag on the play.
My lady, don't stop singing. Oh, closer. Oh, I need to get closer. Come here. Oh, please. Oh, I've never heard something so beautiful. Oh, I could drown in that song. These melodies. Take me with you. I could listen to this forever. What is this beautiful melody?
We gotta stop. Exactly. Exactly. Stop slinging them things over here. Oh, you're undercarriage. You just got it open and out like that? Hello?
Alrighty then, guys. Hello and welcome. You know, around here, hi, I'm Miss Purple Lightning, and you just entered this game. And if you're not new around here, then welcome back. Hopefully, everyone's doing fan freaking tastic on this beautiful Friday we're having. I see we got in the mix. I see Slim, I see Coco, I see Glaceon. Welcome on in, guys. I'm excited to continue our Age of Dragons in the Veilguard today. Hopefully, my computer has had time to rest. I've had time to think about resting. Hopefully, everything will be fine. Everything will be good in Bossing Say. Fingers crossed that's the case, though. Fingers crossed. Indubitably. Don't think about it. Thinking about resting and get enough, big dog. Hi, Savi. Welcome on in. How the heck are ya? Let's see. I don't know how long we'll go for today. I'm not tired, but I can 100% go to sleep in about 2 hours, which probably sounds like I'm tired. It actually may be I'm tired, but it just isn't gonna register in my head that I'm tired. Um, I had a good day today. Got some good news, so that's really good.
Um, yeah, that's pretty much it. Sounds like someone hiding the fact that they're tired. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Um, and in regards to being tired, I guess, um, that was like a perfect pop. Look at that. You're trying not to claw your leg. It itches so bad. Oh no. Not the itchiness. Halloween candy is 50% off today. Ooh, get it. Let's go. I don't have the strength or willpower. But I got cookies. I'm going to eat the last of them today. 10 out of 10 pop expeditiously. Oh, your tattoo is finally peeling. Oh, yeah, no, that's 100%. Don't get scammed by holiday Christmas candy. It's the same candy, different wrapper. Always. Every now and again. This one has more red 40 in it. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. But yeah, I'm pumped. I'm excited. Get back into the game. The red 40 makes it taste better. Are you sure about that, Squidward? Are you positive? Hello, was the game for the crash? I beg of you, please. Okay. No, it's fine. Like, no, please. Yeah. Oh, I think that's what I was gonna say before I was gonna play the game. Next week, just go ahead and start getting this in your head. Go ahead and start formulating this so that when it comes, you're not like, what's happening? Monday and Tuesday, I will not stream next week. Okay. Mandatory off day for me. So you won't see me Monday and Tuesday, which is diabolical. Because we're gonna do Dragon Age all week. We'll still do Dragon Age all week, just not Monday and Tuesday. I won't be online Monday and Tuesday. You won't hear from me Monday and Tuesday. I'll be resting. Period. I'm giving myself a break. But it's not a vacation, so. In other words, you know. I don't know. It's weird to say it, but went to the doctor today and I'm cleared, so I'll be getting a procedure on Tuesday, which is why I won't be doing anything Monday and Tuesday, which is good. So it's getting knocked out the way, and then we just wait for results. That's fun. But I'll be resting, but it's not just me sleep all day. It's the day before prep and then the actual thing. So, well, it's not like a crazy procedure. It's the thing that I didn't think I was gonna be able to get that I got clearance to get today. So, fine. Monday is the day that it like the day before the thing is the big part where they're like, hey, this isn't gonna be fun, especially for you. So I was like, oh, okay. Well, I won't do anything that day. I'll be sure to take a break. So I am. I do be. Right. A break is like, I don't think you understand what a day of nothing will do to me. The times when I'm like, I'm sick and I actually don't stream, even though I wake up with the intent to stream, it's not really a full break. But those hours that I don't do anything, I come back the next day like a kid on Christmas. I have too much energy. I'm like stepping over my own words. So 2 days of a break. We'll see. If you see me log online Tuesday, mind your business. Mind your business. Okay, what's the problem with that? I'll send you Dante and Bird videos to distract you. I've gotten a suspiciously large amount of those on my feed now. And I find myself absent-mindedly commenting, you know? Oh, playing video games and streaming games are two different things. That's true. You want to play anything? Say less. Say less. And that's really for all of you guys. If I'm like, fine, Slim, don't strong arm me into a game of Call of Duty, freak. I'll get on, I guess, or whatever. Between that, me doing some things on Once Human, and I don't know, playing some of Dead by Daylight, not during the Halloween event. I forgot. But I think it did end yesterday. I don't know if it's still going or not. It's gonna feel weird because I got really dependent on my little crystals. Is the game fun without it? I don't know. It's still going? Let's go. Okay. There's hope. It better keep going through the fifth. Trust. All right, let's see. Let's see if I did magic. All right, so far, it's not screaming at me. I think it's like 6 more days. Perfect. Perfect. It can be my offline guilty pleasure in the morning or something. Or in the mornings. Finally listened to it. I don't think I got a chance to enjoy this yesterday. It's so intense. I wonder what goes to that man's head when he's writing music for stuff. Like, I'm genuinely curious. Are we hanging in there? Are we secure? Cocaine. Nothing else. It can be nothing else. That's the only thing it can be. Now, what's going on in here? Hello?
Oh, shit! No! Okay. Try again.
They must have gotten lucky. Looks good. Hope it stays that way.
There. Oh, God damn it! Oh no!
I don't think hitting it's gonna make it any better.
Sorry. Just breaking things. Take a deep breath. Let's talk this through.
She's smiling.
I wish I could, but I can't. Not right now. My thoughts just keep bouncing around, won't line up. The Illuvian was easy. Once I replaced the resonance crystals, adjusted the lyrium lens, it worked fine. I mean, I had to realign the matrices, but it just worked. Not like this thing.
You're smart. You got this. You can take a break and come at it with a clear mind.
This stuff's thousands of years old. Nobody could figure it out right away. Also, what is it exactly? It's the Nodus Dirthalin, the 8th archive. I heard it was gone forever, but here it is. So what does it do? It knows things, whatever its creator knew, at least. So much knowledge, all the wonders of Elvenon. Or at least bits of them, which is more than we have. Once I figure it out, at least, whoever made it was powerful, but clumsy. It's resonating off tempo. Need to match it. First, introduce a microfracture, but before that, you'll need the fate harmonics, so...
Like, what are you
Sorry,
saying?
I ramble sometimes. I'm a rambler. Ruined a lot of relationships. Most of the people I've been with didn't care for it. And I'm doing it. Again.
It's okay. DD2 was your BG3 Slim. I get it. I get it. That's how BG3 was for me. Let's all get Final Fantasy 14 together. There is no player limit. Grind for the rest of our lives playing that game.
Don't worry about it. It doesn't bother me.
Just like me for real.
Well,
Hi, honey.
good. Okay. Anyway, the Nodus Derthalin. I'll get back to it. Soon. But I think I need a break. Maybe take a nap and I can finish later.
That sounds like a good plan. It's sarcastic. It sounds like a good plan. Whatever helps.
Hey, if napping works, then nap away.
Okay, I will.
We can.
Anyways, let me know if you
Isn't it
need me.
free until a certain
I'll
level?
be ready.
They'd found someone who could fix their mirror. One of Arlathan's own veil jumpers. Just what they were looking for. And Balara had found something else. An artifact that held a wealth of lost knowledge. But a prize like that was going to attract more attention than they bargained for.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah. I can dabble at it until then, for sure. I wonder if it's like Black Desert. The game had the potential to be fun for me, and then it, like, very quickly wasn't anymore. Well. I realized, too, the reason yesterday was so shaky for me, my freaking DPI was at, like, 10 million. From me playing Call of Duty, I forgot to change it back. I was like, why does this feel so sensitive? But we corrected it. It shouldn't be too shaky today. To have more stable playing from you guys' perspective. Tell you what some of the good servers are, because they're all kind of use different things. Okay. I was wondering a little bit if they were kind of like how like Rust servers are. You have like Rustified and, you know, solo servers and things of that nature.
I'm heading out to practice my new magic. I could use some moral support. I really have to get better at using my new abilities. Don't want to drop a rock on someone's head.
Let's see. Can I help her train? Yeah. Keep me away from all that hardcore. I'm chill. Give it to me easy. You know? I'm gonna try to do some of these side missions. Crap, what's the button? J? What is it? It's always J for journaling. E. Private servers? Ah, no private, unfortunately. Welcome in. I can hear it in my ear. It's time. She's thawing out. No. I love how she embraced that. Iconic. Turkey season. Too ready. I'm just ready for it to be cold outside. Like expeditiously. It sounds exactly like how Black Desert is. I could try it out. Her ice is cracking as we speak. Oh, you put up the tree right now? Let's go. I definitely thought about it. I was like, should I get my I didn't decorate the house last year. But I'm like, should I get my like garland out? Or should I at least wait until like the second week? I gotta wait. If I do it too soon, the bedooders are gonna make nest in them, and I'm gonna want to burn them. I don't want them anymore. I know why I wait now. I remember. This first. Oh wait. Have I spoke to him yet? I gotta talk to people. I'm so focused on the story. I gotta get my companions. Honestly, am I gonna have to get the Wicked Whims mod for this too? I mean, I will. Don't test me.
You can stop fussing over me. Go see what the others are up to.
No, I just want to check on you. Very off-brand Hogwarts. But it's Dragon Age. Who's over here? It's my room, right? Yeah, okay. Where does what's his face hide at? Because I don't think I didn't see him. Ah, okay. So I'm like, where is he? I want to go talk to him before I do anything. Especially leave. Hello? What this? Hi, Gigi. Welcome on in. You can live in my pantry. Yeah. Can I play the piano? I'm gonna go talk to my egg again. I miss him. Alright, I'm gonna go talk to him first, and then we're gonna go help out Harding. Ah! Why does it like almost burn? It's like it's acid. Ooh, what is this? A ladder. I have to be careful. I'm known for slipping off edges on accident. Let's talk to him.
You asked for time. Is this long enough?
Yes, my head's clearer, though I would kill for a decent cup of coffee.
Have you? For coffee, I mean.
Not today.
My internet was
You've got questions.
freaking out for a
You might
second.
as
That's
well
what it
ask
was,
them.
sadly. Huh? What did he say? You got questions? You might as well ask them. Don't threaten me with a good time.
You're the best mage killer in the Antivan Crows. So how'd the Venatori catch you?
Okay.
Someone set me up. I had a contract for Colivan in the ossuary. I took a ship from Treviso to Minrathus. They were waiting for me.
It
Knew which
clicked
ship
for
and
me
when
just
it would
now.
arrive. I don't know how they convinced the crows I was dead, but I woke up in the ossuary with Zara gloating about it.
It's giving Ezio. You like his voice. This is giving me honestly like, well, my second character is gonna be a mage. Duly noted. It's giving how I felt playing Assassin's Creed 2 for the first time. It's giving we're gonna be in the mix with this guy for sure. Lucanus. Oh, Lou, you're Canis, sir. You better, you know, make yourself at home.
The crossroads can be dicey, but the lighthouse is safe.
Let me chill, it's too
and
early.
If you see a spirit around called the Caretaker, they're friendly.
After the ossuary, that will be a pleasant change. You haven't
I
asked
know
about
that
Spike.
I was almost a
From what
mage.
I've seen, I'd say he picked the right name.
He's stronger when I sleep, so I try not to do it much. No one was in the ossuary by choice, not even the demons. We both did what we had to get out of there.
I admire you. What you've been through would break most people.
I would not give Zara the satisfaction.
Still, you must be a very courageous man.
A very stubborn one, perhaps, but that's kind of you to say. For now, I must honor our contract. Gods, magic, politics.
Cran.
Things are going to get very
Not him
bloody.
having me giggling, kicking my feet, and twirling hair that don't exist. Let me go put my wig back on. I miss playing with my little side over here. Canis, you can't talk to me like that. Let me get out of here. Good night.
Bantam in Treviso, Caterina. I'm not sure what I've returned to.
Let me give him some privacy. Hi. Okay, now I can leave. Did I talk to Nev? I don't think I talked to Nev yet. Maybe I should not have eaten all 3 of those cookies as fast as I did. I'm having some
Could it be
regrets.
Veilguard? It had to be 3.
Why'd you say it like that? Couldn't be 1, had to be 3. Nah, I feel you though. Right, like I need a polymod. Stat. I broke my bro code already. I said I wasn't gonna flirt with anybody yet until they're all here. I'll flirt once I get all the people in. I see who's who. When he said what he said and cocked his eyebrow ever so slightly and talked out the side of his mouth. All right, bro, you better chill. Oh my gosh. I'll bring him with me. Oh wait, no. I thought I was going to do. I thought I was doing the thing with what's her face. Hello? No. Did I do that right? It's the only one we got. Fine. That's not slightly unbuttoned. We can polymod origins into. Oh, we're getting everybody. perfect munching height. Crap. I was about to say something. I forgot now. Munching height's wild. But then again, it's really not though. I mean, look at us. We're perfect. What do you, look. Be still. I'm trying to look at something. Shh. Shh. Look at the color of his outfit. Look at the color of my outfit. Look at the eye on the back of his. Look at the color of my hair. It's literally perfect. Look at his eye contact. Oh my God, get me out of here.
We sail.
It's a little harder with Origins because some of our gender locked everyone is available into oh, like Baldur's Gate. Okay. He's tiny? Stop lying to me, Savi. He's not tiny. Look at how he's looking. Look at him. Let's go. Give in to temptation, Slim. Is he really a short king? How short? How short? Don't act like you're slick. Nothing wrong with your shoes, you nasty. He's 5'3". I'm 5 feet in the game. It's crazy. I'm 5 feet in the game. It's crazy. Oh my gosh. I need Tash to sit on me. I wherever she is, I need to find her and I need to be sat on immediately. Immediately. Oh, because she is tall. Listen, Slim. What's 3 inches? You know?
The spirits are returning.
They should be safe now, with the defenders on alert.
The path can be breached. Bring what the gods have hidden.
Scholars of our reality here.
Who's this? Oh, you're tall. Hello? Man, for 2 seconds, I'm like, he looks like a baby Raphael human form for a second. Look at I really made her too short. Stop. Or not short enough. Oh, really?
What's this?
Hey, you never know.
It looks like an entryway.
Oh!
What's going on here?
Is that spirit a prisoner?
Right, slid right into a quest. Well, we're here now.
You're awake. How's your head? The guards really knocked you about.
Well, it's...
Do you remember our mission? Gillinane's lab. The wolf sent us to infiltrate her testing grounds.
What?
Things didn't go perfectly to plan, but the wolf smuggled in help. A key. If you can fight, grab the key and we'll run for it. Just be ready for whatever the witch has in store.
Oh, okay.
It's like all she sees is another ancient elf. One of Solus's agents? This is a memory. We're seeing Solus's past.
Ah, freedom. We'll move faster if we split up. See you ahead.
Okay. This is trippy.
Blight,
Come on, team.
be careful.
Is it just me, or does it...
These are more than just memories. Fight!
Oh yeah, this is way different. turn my DPI down just a little bit. Oh, that's Candace. Sir, almost energy. Ew. Oh, gosh. Why is it so juicy?
So Gillenane was experimenting with Blight and Darkspawn. The Blight infested her lab. If it's a memory, let's go with it. We need to find our way out before Gillenane finds us.
Honestly. Honestly, Savi, because what do you mean? I'm about to have some booby... boop. About to have some breasting boobily in the chat. I mean, what in the party?
Wolf, you came for us. Your key was enough.
This unnatural corruption demanded my personal attention. It is strong. It has already blocked the escape route I had planned. We will need another way to the surface.
Let's all split up and find it.
I will destroy what corruption I can. You must cut through these monstrosities before Gillenane unleashes something worse.
Solus sounded rattled.
He was afraid of the Blight.
They gave him his hair. Listen, that's a different person. That's a different person. Chill. Hello? Are we climbing Mount Solus? Is that what's happening? Hello? He's so big because she's so small. We're gonna use all of our boobiest intent. Why was he looking at her when he was talking like that? I can't. This is too much. Is this awakening number 2? I don't think we're adults. We don't need any more awakenings. Nothing else can be awoken.
Creation and choose to destroy it. Learn respect for the life that will succeed you.
She's using the testing grounds against us.
He's too much. End of Trespasser. The David me into this. Was up here. Second damage. Trespasser had me like, maybe I should have just ignored it. Like maybe I shouldn't have, you know? That's what I was thinking, you know? My stomach hurts at the thought. Pop it. It's so juicy. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of like Devil May Cry. All those juicy, pus-filled bubbles we have to break. You know? Yeah, yeah, that part. How did you feel? Tell us your emotions. Let us feel what you felt. God, I missed. I want to see inside of your brain. Via sharing our emotions.
Time to go.
Oh, that one was gross.
And faster than anticipated.
Wait, did I get...
Perhaps you and your allies warrant more study.
Did I go in there? Hold on, did I go in here? Okay, I did. It feels so spoiled to get it back to back. How fans who waited 10 years aren't beside themselves. Right. Like there's no way I'd be sane right now. Hello, what is your head, sir? Can I pop it? Hey, put that down. Put that down. No. 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 Bad monster. It's so juicy. Yuck. Cut his meat off. Wee. Eat. Good job, team.
We broke through Gilanane's prize specimens.
If these darkspawn are from long ago, why do they look so familiar? It's almost as if...
Maybe the darkspawn we've been seeing aren't new. Maybe they're old.
Here, the blessing you denied. Oh, help me! Ah!
Damn! Gillanane got her.
The wolf can help me.
Look out!
I'm terrible at making jokes. Let me have it. Number 4. I said number 4. Stop playing with you guys. Get back. Ah! Stop that. Dang, what was that? Blue Candace, you got it. Whee.
You would unleash a blight on this world and call it a masterwork. You, who were the most sensitive of us.
All that I am belongs to the pursuit of creation. You chose to constrain yourself. I must climb to the heights only understood by gods. I go now to join them.
Big head.
Wolf, you are greater than any of them. Please, help me.
Come on. Be the god she needs. Help her.
I am so sorry I failed you. There is only one way I can help you now.
Wolf.
This place and the corruption within it must be eradicated. No trace can be allowed to spread. Go.
That's
Go
all
with
it
your
is!
God. There is no need for you to witness what I must do.
Oh, I want to see. I want to watch you do something. You always do stuff behind closed doors. I want to see.
It's over.
I'm nosy.
Solus destroyed the lab, the blight that was here, and his agent.
Not every death is kind, but to betray loyalty, a man like that must be watched closely.
This fragment might tell us more.
Witch. He does look different with hair, and I remember seeing that picture of him from not that one, but like in Inquisition with him with his hair modded on, and I'm like, all right, I understand. Sign me up. Ooh, level 9. Where are we? Jumps down. Oh. Is it too high? Yeah. What's all this? I see gold. Red delirium. Ah, red living dagger. Okay. Grab this first. Okay, Dinkle. Okay. What's up, Peach? Are you awake from your nap? Another something? Just put this in somebody. Blast them a new one. I'll knock that down. A puzzle type situation if I point. I'll let that know. Oh, let me get that. Outside? Okay. Gotta start your class up soon. Okay. Veilguard. Let's get over there. Alright, I'm gonna let my dog out for a second. And then we'll be back. Again, for fear of breaking things, I'm not gonna pause. Put the BRB screen up. But I'll play music for a second. So one moment.
that.
All right. Where were we going and what were we doing? I'm so turned around in here. Ah, I think is that where I need to go for oh no, it's Lathan Forest. They said it's closed anyway. All right. Right. Best professor. Because where I'd be like, you can get an A, I guess.
So, hiring the demon of Virandium was your suggestion.
It was a possible lead. Finding things and tracking Venatori. That's what I'm here for.
After all the jobs I did in Minrathis, the last thing I expected was a Tevinter mage to be involved in breaking me out.
Well, good. I hate for assassins to find me predictable.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, I don't want to go there yet. Keys? Docktown. I don't want to do it yet, though. I'm scared. I'm scared of progressing too far without her mission. I'll save. Spot to come back to. E. Still critique, but you still get full credit. I like that. I wish more professors did that. I'm like, someone can Google and get the right answer, you know, but like I tried. That explains why they were flirting in my playthrough then, Sabi. Right, the way Bull said something, oh my gosh. Bull had a crazy line in my playthrough. He says something about having Dorian hike up his skirt for him. I was like, Bull! Hello? Not in front of my salad! At least invite me first. Like, hello? It was so unhinged. Oh, you did too? Right, I was like, Bull, that is wild. We're out here fighting stuff, and he's like, I'll dock on your town, Dorian.
The heart of Tevinter.
And I what?
Somehow the beat of it always pulls me back. Steady pulse of secrets, corruption, you name it. Trust no one. Expect the worst. And you might just get by.
Do the Shadow Dragons know we're here?
Nev Gallus! You only turn up when you want news. Or you've got some.
Tarquin. You look, well.
Appearances can be deceiving.
Sounds like a story.
Just living ungifted in a world made for mages.
Solus can... Never mind.
Rook, meet the Viper.
Oh. Large. Great Scott. I'm...
It's good to meet you.
both of you.
I said Solus can dock
So
me.
why the meeting?
Did
Is
I
this about your war with
stutter?
Varric?
Something terrible got loose when we disrupted Solus's ritual. A pair of elven gods.
Gods?
They blighted a village in Arlathan, Demeter's Crossing.
There are venatory whispers about that place. Now we know why.
What's been happening in the city?
Underground sacrifices, dangerous relics flooding the black market. The cults gathering power.
Out of all the voices to have come out of that mouth behind that mask, that was the one voice I was not expecting. Yeah! That is not what I was expecting. For 2 seconds, I'm like, Sephiroth, is that you? Alar? He had that he had that buttery smoothness, that creaminess to his voice. Diabolical. Say something else. I didn't hear him moving me to me. Let's see if he says something else.
So are the gods. It can't be a coincidence.
The Venatori want one thing. If an ancient power promised them control of Tevinter,
They'd sign the deal in blood. We were tracking a set of red lyrium relics before you got here. Smuggled in recently.
They enhance blood magic and can summon demons far too easily. We destroyed one and tore another off a slaver.
We think the third's right here in Docktown.
Docktown's my home. If it's got problems and I'm here, I can track this faster than anyone in the city.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm like, Cassidy? It does kind of give Mercer. I will not Google because I'm afraid of Googling and finding out more than I came to Google for. But it teeters between sounding a little bit like Matt Mercer, who has insane range with his voice. Look at the size of him. Great Scott. Oh, yeah. You use the website, I'm always down bad. Yeah. You've already seen the in-game spoiler, you're dead inside? Nor, Savi, nor. We're supposed to block it out. Nor. Gotta block the words on your social media. Let me go to the I'mDownBad.com and see. I'm so sorry, Savi. I was like that with Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm so sorry. I hope closure finds you very soon. Oh no, really? What's his name? The Viper? All right, we're about to find out. Let's check the cast. I didn't know Varric's voice actor looked like that. I'm just looking at people's names. I'm not looking at anything to, you know. Oh, but she said she got spoiled. Oh man. All right, two second mental derailment of some stuff. It was the Viper, right? Got in my head, the Viper. The boulder. Far, I'm not seeing any he was in the game? Okay. That's dope. I don't see anything that credits him yet. May not be him. I didn't see him. So, it's somebody with some crazy buttery smoothness going on though. I did see that there's somebody that I definitely do know who's in here, so I want to see if I can point out their character. I'll help.
Hold on. I'm happy to help.
It's fine. I can catch up with you.
We don't know where the gods are or what they're doing. We're here for help.
Oh, it
it's
does?
fair I give some in return.
I didn't see it.
The relics don't play nice with the Veil, and they resonate with each other.
He needs to
We
chill.
destroyed the lyrium in the last one we found, but it should still track the
He,
third.
he needs to chill.
Give it to me. I'll get it done.
We'll keep eyes on the Venatori. If there's a tie to these elven gods, we'll find it.
I just didn't want to type in the Viper because I know I was gonna find something I didn't want to find out.
Ready for a tour of Dogtown? Stick with me.
The relic
Honestly.
Viper gave us response to the missing one.
And it is.
I can give
It
money
should
to
pick up
people.
places where the missing relic disrupted
It's a
the Veil.
kitty.
Find a trail of those
Let
and
me
we'll get
touch
somewhere.
the cat.
So you live in Dogtown?
My whole life.
Like, really?
Unless I'm away on a case. Or crashing in the fade.
Wait.
Harding said the Akon's palace shot at you last time you were here. And now we're chasing a dangerous kids.
And people wonder why I never get sleep.
I can pet the dog. Can I pet that dog? I can pet the dog.
I'm weak.
The relic's pulling toward the Temple of Andraste.
Imagine he's in 2 Game of the Years back to back.
What happened? It's locked down, sir. Keep it under control. Yes, sir.
Locked. We need another way in.
Right. On it.
We're breaking into a chantry?
We broke into a prison. But no. The courtyard's public
Minsk,
ground.
moo
and
baby,
can't use the
Minsk.
trail.
He's Minsk.
Yeah.
That's why I adore Minsk so much.
He's Mr. Matt Messer.
Dang, take your prayers elsewhere. It's crazy.
Infected kitty!
This has healed me of all of my ailments. I no longer seek
Is
medical
this what you
attention.
do for the Shadow Dragons? When you aren't with us?
I look for things. People, objects, information. People have problems that Templars and Magisters can't help. Or won't. Word got out I might. It's enough to live on. If it doesn't get me killed.
Yes. Jotaro. Ooh, a ring. Yes. I didn't even have one equipped before.
Bodies. In the courtyard.
Stay sharp.
What's going on there? Whee! What happened to you? But the country, the sisters need time to gather the records and requested. Sitting on the steps, I write this. Someone just ran through the courtyard and gave me a weird look, and I felt they could carry this letter. I'll find someone else. I wish the sisters would hurry. I'm very late. Oh, Sybil.
Killed. Based on the marks, I'd say demons.
Definitely.
Oh no. All these bodies are crazy.
I know there's some loot around here somewhere. Yeah. There's always loot. Yeah.
And let's go.
Demons! Is this the relic's work?
It's not a coincidence.
Why did it do me like that? I didn't get a chance to react. Hello?
Would you look at Rose? The relic we're chasing, it's unstable.
Where it moves, chaos follows.
This isn't the only market left on the Veil. I can feel it. Find that, and we may get more.
Hmm. Oh, okay. I'm like, maybe? No. Enough move. I'm glad it is too. That I was gonna cry if it did it again today. Hit that. Oh, you know what? Okay, no. I was like, is this something someone could do? No.
Couldn't escape the demons.
Honestly, nothing. I did the same thing I did yesterday. I locked it at 30 frames. Sad that I have to even do that because 30 frames is astronomically diabolical, but here we are. If it makes it smooth, it's smooth then, I guess. I threatened it. I said, if you don't get it together, I'm gonna rip you to shreds and eat you limb from limb.
Got it.
Touch it. Touch it.
Relic. Courtyard. Back way.
What was that?
It's a remnant. An echo from the Fade drawn to magical disruptions. If the relic drew it here, the voice could be a memory of the smuggler. Courtyard's quiet, fewer eyes, so you cut through here, where there's a path to the market. Follow me.
Okay, I'm following. I don't know. It did break some records yesterday, which was pretty cool. It's like #1 game.
Enchantment on the entrance. I can get it.
On Steam. It beat out Call of Duty.
All right, follow me. You know, I took this job. It's on me. And the Venatori cult's no joke. If anyone wants out...
You get this job on the house.
All right, mage killer. Suit yourself.
The threads took care of it.
They keep trouble away. You've got to give them that. They're part of the human world.
You think he's acting different?
The relic was close.
Oh, yeah.
Find another remnant and we might learn more.
This is a medium thing, medium settings too. Who's this? Fine.
Up there. Is that another remnant?
That should be no problem.
There's always a way to get places.
Up where?
Too many people in the city.
You haven't dealt with crowds in a while.
No, and it's a lot of targets for the Venatori.
What you got out by
Assortment
something?
of trinkets, jewels, other adornments.
I lied.
Thank you for your interest.
Hey, any news?
Navgalis, are you after the demons?
I'm after a few things. You
He's
got anything?
adorable.
Heard some people talking. I think one was a Venatori. I didn't get a good look. I took off before they saw me.
Smart move. Stay safe.
Errand runner. What you got?
Paintings, tapestries, floor coverings. Beautify any space.
You said I can decorate my room. Give me something purple and I will.
Find beauty in everything, friend.
What is this painting? Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. Wow.
Interested in something that glitters?
Anyone strange poking around the market?
You mean more than usual? Actually, maybe. The smuggler who supplies Miro, she's acting weird. Took off, though. Couldn't tell you where.
Got it.
I thought that was two different people talking. That was just him.
A lot on display. Nice target for thieves.
If a stand's not watched, there's a nasty spell on the most valuable item. And a random one, just for fun.
Of course.
I have how much gold? I've been hoarding. Your pink tab again, specifically when they're at camp. I will say I am having a bunch of fun, even with me having to have the textures on whatever poo-poo, like nothing's loading because I have my resolution really low. But like even with it on like boo-boo mode, I mean it's still a really fun game. And then if I'm not streaming and I have it at ultra, oh my gosh, the pictures I'm gonna take for you guys with all the settings on ultra, astronomical. I'll get some of these. Some fashionable leathers.
You know what you're after.
A door back there? Can I jump up there without breaking things?
How about a painting? A portrait?
How about a Nor?
Another time,
Can I talk to you?
Silver? Gold?
I shouldn't buy something for myself right now, but maybe something small.
Like the whole series? Because I don't think I can explain that only having played 1.5 months. Yeah, what the horsey? Their nose is so tiny. The baby noses, so cute. Hi, Walt. Welcome on in. How the heck are you? Pork chop and applesauce day. Let's go. Get up there. Licanis. I have to shoot it down.
Shiny things for beautiful people.
You're still so short. Listen, I'm not short. See, I'm average next to these beautiful, beautiful specimens. See? They let kids save the world now. It's crazy. Before you go, because I remember what you told me a couple months ago. Totally off topic, totally random. But I had my doctor thing today, and I got approved. I'm getting it next week. We're good. We're in the clear. So no fighting. We got it. We're in. Smooth sailing. What did I name my rook? Elvira. Every time I have an elf, I have to do that. They walk through me because they're gonna run through me. Pause! Walk right into that one. It's great. They're just practicing for later in the game. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm super excited, nervous. Excited because like, yay, no stressful stuff, and I get it answered. I get questions answered, and I don't have to stress about it anymore. Nervous because I hear the prep is diabolical, but you know, it's worth it. Am I missing something
I
obvious?
also sell maps for those with wondrous hearts.
Missing something obvious. Just shoot it. Nobody stays.
Have a look at my
Can I climb
merchandise.
onto this without breaking it? You pet the kitty? I pet the cat. I pet the cat. Fine.
Everything you see is made right here by these dexterous.
I say you better stop before you get stuck again. Okay. I thought like I could climb this shelf. We're over here looking like, oh, what is this? Now I feel bad. I don't want to break those. My bad. That was an accident. They said just go on the other side. There's a ladder, you idiot. My
Coin
bad.
spare?
I got you.
Maseranis.
Demons in the streets tonight.
Inaccessible.
Everything into getting this space. I'll get you into the right armor.
Almost there. Remnants ahead.
Listen. 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 Hear me out. I think I just blinked just a little bit too long there. All right. All right. You gotta believe me. Can I just want to see. Can I make it fall? No, okay. Third time's a charm, am I right? That's 2 times I should have been folded. Sheesh.
I've got this.
Handoff. Third bell. Late.
Bells ring when ships go in and out. Could be using them for timing, near the docks. I think our smuggler's on a deadline. The Relic's pull agrees. Let's visit the
You
docks.
smell glizz on a deadline. Hello? You said smugglers. Okay. I'm like, you smell glizz. What do you mean by that? Real rooftop situation down there. Would be a shame. We take risks.
Elevator's locked. Someone forgot to bribe the dockmaster. Still up for a walk? This isn't the only way to the docks.
Yeah, show me. Show me. Lead the way.
Food later?
Oh, yes, please.
I think so.
All right, through here. You bet.
Convince you to eat. Eat now, or forever hold your cheese. Oh, there's gonna be a delay. My connection's doing that thing again.
I'm guessing you know all the shortcuts in Docktown. All its secrets?
No. If someone thinks they know all Docktown secrets, they're either kidding themselves or scamming you.
No pots surviving for me. Look at my little currency I'm getting from it. And this is how I have a hoarder's amount of stuff all the time. You know? Someone's gonna come out here looking for their pots. I'm like, what happened? Me. I collected. Oh, that looks cool. It's also really fun physics.
They don't call me Miss Physics for nothing.
They were back asking questions. Wanted to know what relics I'd seen on the black market.
You think it's for blood magic?
Come on.
Blood
This path will
magic.
swing back to the docks.
So tiny. He said, I'm not jumping that. Fair. She said, never mind, I'm already.
More demons.
Not for long.
Longer that relic's in Docktown.
These are my neighbors. That relic can stay in my town.
Hmm.
This city hasn't changed.
You spent time here?
Before, yes. For a while.
Though not in Docktown.
Oh, you got the fancy targets.
I'm very expensive.
I somehow managed to save myself the other 2 times, but can't jump this easy hole right here. Hello? I can't. Listen, my legs are short. Whee! Okay, great, Scott. Whee! Oh, I'm so sorry, Elvoria. Great, Scott. Can I bring this? No. You know. Oh, does he sound like Severin? Oh, barely.
Not without bruises. What did Alex say? Told me to take the night off. Streets aren't safe tonight. You think he's gonna tell the boss? Dunno.
Great hair. I love it. What? Distinguished? Okay. I'm just gonna stop talking. My brain isn't working anymore. Distinguished. I know there's loot up here. There's gotta be. I love you. And I need you. Oh, he's stretching. I'm like, what's he doing to the tree?
Venatori? You're serious?
Oh, okay.
Bold again.
AC.
What can I get for you?
So double the hot. I understand.
Home sweet home. Enjoying the tour?
And it's probably got a good. My bad. That was deranged.
We're getting closer.
I'm like, I hope that's where we're supposed to go because I just full sent went for it. Ah, I see. It doesn't slap. You don't know that Savi. You don't know. It could be where all his height went to. You won't know that. You won't know until you get to that romance. Squidward.
Here goes nothing.
Soon, the buyer. Meeting.
Rude move.
Right, a meeting, but where? The trail's starting to fray.
Wrong turn. Nice. Couldn't this belong to the Venatori?
Not a chance.
Oh,
No.
looks like we have company.
Is everyone all right? Nev, you're back in the city.
Templar Rana Savas. Don't say you
I
missed
am
me.
showing. Look at.
I wasn't going to.
I'm pretty.
Really?
Okay.
Because I heard there's a relic loose. With red lyrium?
How do you... Never mind. You can't say. You never can.
Rook, meet my friend Rana.
Good thing.
At least I think we're friends.
Yes. And Rook, if you're with Nev, I take it I can trust you?
I mean, so Solus just has 6 inches on her. That was some crazy 6 inches. 5'1", so I'm on par. Come on now. I know, I was just peeping that bruise. I was like, can you go away, please? Kitty, please?
I'd like to think so.
All right. If you have anything on the relic.
I thought Templars worked against
Hi,
mages.
Chelsea.
This isn't the South. I work to stop illegal magic, that's all.
You're working the case alone?
Not if you help.
Where did
There's a rumor the
off-brand
relic trades
Beyonce get her
hands
booty
tonight,
from?
And Albin Bataris
Can I find
is
one
the
for me?
buyer.
A Magister's son. Interesting. I should get moving.
Nev,
We'll stop the deal.
Don't worry. We won't stop until this whole thing's settled.
that's,
Look, you're busy. We just got attacked, which means you won't leave until you're sure no one else is lurking around.
and you won't wait.
What can I say?
Well, I don't know,
Work to
Moon.
do.
Where
Versus
you
something
going?
5 foot, I think
For a
that's
walk to
plenty.
the spillway.
I'll catch up when I'm done.
If you
I
say
just
so.
know bro be making tsunamis. Bro be conjuring up hurricanes in that thing.
Our trail is frayed, but
I'm
the spillway's
kidding.
our best bet.
Fenris is
Let's
5'10", which is like human equivalent of someone being 6'7". I did the horny map enough. He's actually 6 foot. Oof. Cowboy. Musa, let me go look at Fenris again.
Rana's not
Delicious.
a shadow
I'll
dragon.
take 14 of them.
So you work with Templars too?
Ron is clean and her information's good. The rest? Only when I have to.
And the spillway?
Rana
I didn't let Navai do anything. She volunteered vigorously.
Albin's father oversaw some construction there. If he's visiting this part of town, that narrows the search.
He turned her into a cup of Play-Doh. You know?
A barrier. They don't want people getting near the deal. Find the unshielded crystals and we're through.
You know how you take Play-Doh? Never mind. Who do you guys think want to follow the romance for in Origins?
That's one down.
Must be one left.
One.
Oh, gosh, I didn't see that.
My eyes.
We can cut through the barrier now.
I'm gonna romance Zevran. You don't know that.
There is no guarantee. You don't know.
We need to keep moving. Voices. There's someone up ahead.
Alban Bataris. Your relic.
Gods rise and power with them. For the glory of Tevinter reborn.
Alban's our buyer and a Venatori. Sounds like the cult is working for the gods.
You're supposed to wait.
He's using it now? Move! We need to get closer. We can't let him bolt.
For essence. All right.
We have a relic fire. Venatori don't need that relic.
You're here to stop me. You can't stop the Venatori. This power will what?
Impressive
Weekend.
That was amazing. The Venatori's power is on the rise, and this part's mine. You'll die here, then.
I might have questions for him.
You going stinky?
Rana, here to check on me.
I wasn't expecting a fight, or this much of a fight.
Well, surprise.
What's that?
You won't
Get off of my minions!
More demons!
Not everything a cooldown.
They are.
You won't
I really
be
be trying to
releasing
do that, but it keeps
demons.
happening.
And you're the smuggler. I know you. You're part of the Thread Crime Syndicate. Smuggling, sure. But Red Lyrium. Working with Venatori.
As an elf.
It's not your style.
Fine, I guess.
Here they are. My son is no cultist. He was completely misled. We appreciate your help, Knight Commander. Let's go.
Nice try. The Venatori rise.
Cunty blonde Raphael seems like a prick.
You know he's guilty. How much did it cost the Magister?
Watch it, Gallus, or you'll be charged.
With what? I tie something up and you undo it. Isn't this familiar?
Save the sob story. We got the smuggler. Or do you want Bataris to release her, too?
I'll find a way to fix this.
Alright, Beyonsoir.
Damn it.
So that's a day in Minrathous.
Like all the rest.
And here I thought we'd say hello to the Shadow Dragons and be on our way.
You know? That's what he
Someone's
looks
a
like.
dreamer. We got the relic and the smuggler. The shadows will watch the cult. If that leads to the gods, they'll send
Stinky.
word. It's not perfect, but count your wins. You don't always get them, especially here.
Hey,
It
chapter
wasn't a
game.
perfect ending, but Docktown was safe. From tonight's demons, anyway. Nev's past was coming back to haunt her. She just didn't know it yet.
All right. Recap. Yes, some exhaustive notes. No. Our bond increased.
I should see what Nev has to say.
Is our stuff still here? Yes, okay. Great Scott. Alright. So ominous. I'm gonna take a short break real quick to stretch my kneecaps before we continue. I'll play some more music, but I will put up, I think, the BRB screen. We'll see how it fares. So give me one moment. Go grab your guys some water and stuff and snacks before we dive back into the mix. I just like how nice he is. I feel like I'm trying to fix my game cartridge or something. Can you touch his chest? Yes.
ぬくもりを求めるのは人間の本能だ。マッチ売りの少女の話を聞いたことはあるか?
This game for the boss. You can even
それでいい。適度な距離を保つ方が冷静で
improves
いい。
clarity of thought is crazy because I'm about to just grab your moves now. Take my ult like that, like I did. Like I did. I thought I was dead. I didn't think I made that. I didn't think I could make that jump. What the heck? I jumped that wall. That's that Tina. Throw it back for a real one. I'm crying. I can't, bro. Wait. There we go. Choo choo, bitches! Let's go! New emote! I deleted that map. I got way too hyped. I'm sorry. Choo choo! Choo choo! We're doing science, okay? Shut up. Oh my gosh. Hey, what is this position? Albert got the owl. Hello? Hello?
Quieten down. Once the others are asleep, we'll find each other.
Oh, really?
Indeed you will, Ella. Indeed you will.
What do you mean? Everybody shut up! Turn out the lights, we're going to sleep now!
So I would suggest you hit escape and save and rename it, you know.
How the fuck? Why the fuck did he get me? That's some bullshit, man. He got me instead. Fucking punk ass, bitch ass motherfucker. Suck a dick, you bitch. Ugly ass motherfucker.
excited to get clapped? I've been getting clapped like an applause, so hasn't been going well at all.
Wow.
Wait a minute.
No, you've already said it now.
Clip, yeah.
Now I was gonna say, Petty, add that to the quote book.
I didn't. In Dead by Day, you know what I mean. Not like. See now I gotta go. Now I gotta go rename my stream because I'm always like, yeah, you know. All right. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the story.
That earned you a follow, so you might as well keep the name now.
Alright. I guess the like innocence of my brain is like, yeah, you know, like, oh, I'm gonna clap the haters in this.
I was about to say, Ted, nobody start blaming me. I literally was about to say clone.
Clone.
Which way?
Man, I'm sold.
Which way
That wasn't
coming?
me that time.
That was not Which way he's coming?
I don't know. I'm looking.
Oh, it's Wesker!
I was like, oh my God! Listen! Oh my God!
We got both of y'all.
He's back here. He's freaking. Listen. Everything I said. I'm sorry, clone. I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh! Listen. I'm getting fucked. Help me!
Why did you do that? I was so safe.
Oh my gosh!
Man.
Balconies everywhere, yeah.
Oh!
Oh no! What is it? Oh, you didn't. Whoa! What are you doing?
It wouldn't stop. It wouldn't stop. I'm sorry, Kellogg. I'm sorry.
I gotta repair to.
Wait, I'm disarming something.
What you doing?
I disarmed something. Something was armed. That mine is still mining though, so
I
maybe
got
it's not
a
that.
brick on the ground right here. I got a brick. Use a brick
word?
to knock down enemies.
Oh.
Alright, boom. I'm gonna try to. Alright. Should I try to throw it at his head? I found it on the ground.
Oh, it was the only one?
Shit.
Yeah, maybe boop him in the head. Oh, I found a bottle right here. Oh, it's health. There's health.
Alright. So that's the enemy right here.
Oh, what is that?
What is it? What is it?
It's a big mother. Oh, his dick is out. Oh, get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way.
Where is it? I don't even.
Oh my gosh. What was that? Oh, he's right there. Oh my gosh. I don't have stamina. He's stepping on me. Oh, it's the wrong one. I lied. It's still fine.
Oh, I missed it.
No, dude.
Oh no!
I'm coming to get you. God dang it.
Dandelion got.
Hey, Perp, can you turn it down? We can hear you go. Oh, okay, I bet. Dante, could you hear me better? Was that clearer there?
What?
The fly I'm hunting now.
Not her. She has the gun out and everything.
When Dante comes on the screen, I'm gonna lick it next. Trust. I don't care where it's been. I'll tell you where it's going though. In my mouth. All right. It'll be a promise. I'm gonna lick Ebony and Ivory. You may like it.
Let me load it up.
Let me see.
That was a bunch of zip lines.
Yeah, I feel like there's one zip line we missed. Did we take this one? We did not. Oh gosh. I think. Wait, watch out for the blueberry.
No. Dog. Dog. What am I? What are we supposed to do about that?
Let's go. If you want it, you can get it. Let me know. I bet the break straight up. Let's go. If you want it, you can get it. Let me know. Where you at, cousin? Come talk to me, homie. Oh, yeah.
Hey. He fell hard. Pause. Interesting.
It's a poem. A gift from Cazador. He considered himself quite the artist and used his slaves as a canvas. He composed and carved that one over the course of a night. He made a lot of revisions as he went.
You recall the sharp, complex lines of the script. It was written in the language of the Hells.
My sensor isn't large. I'm scared to click anything because if it goes off the screen, I'm getting banned.
Your ass is assing.
Why am I still naked?
You just woke up.
Oh no.
Okay, so the theory is I have a clearance rack body. Okay? So I have a longer torso, even though I'm sitting low in the chair. Everything on me is big except for my legs. I got really short legs. I got big feet, big head, big old hands, big forehead, long torso, right? So my theory was, because I was supposed to be born in November, but I was born in December. So God was trying to assemble me, and oh, I don't want no confirmation. I just want to know, because I'm for real. It's my fault. I think I broke my mic. Don't leave. It's my fault. Don't leave. It's my fault. I can't see you guys, but you can see me. Hopefully, the hearing and everything is good.
me crawl to this crevice.
Did all about prey, no doubt.
I'm afraid you'll have to content yourself with vagrant chickens.
Okay. Damn, you could have just said something. Cool. Now I know. Why did I just get jumped? I didn't even do anything. I literally didn't do anything. Take a tentacle in your hand and invite it into where? I'm gonna switch to Jasmine. I think she's the I think she's the one that's dying. Like actually dying. False start, flag on the play.
My lady, don't stop singing. Oh, closer. Oh, I need to get closer. Come here. Oh, please. Oh, I've never heard something so beautiful. Oh, I could drown in that song. These melodies. Take me with you. I could listen to this forever. What is this beautiful melody?
We gotta stop! We gotta stop! Exactly. Exactly. Stop slinging them things over here. Oh, you're undercarriage! You just got it open and out like that? Hello?
Sometimes I felt almost like we were dancing.
All right. I'm so sorry, guys. Okay, I'm back. We're back. Sorry about that. Had to take care of something. All right, we gotta go talk to people. We gotta go talk to people and do stuff. Or we gotta do stuff while we're talking to people. Or we gotta go do people while we talk to stuff. How about that? I think that one sounds what appropriate. How you doing?
So, Scout Harding glows now? Is that a thing everyone's doing, or just her?
Honestly, I know like you're like not in the fight, but I think it's kind of cool to like just kind of relax, be chilling. Your only stress is worrying about everyone else. Do I need to sleep or something soon? It's been a minute since I've done that. Yee. Oh, that's the living room. I am falling faster. Where'd he go? All right. No more distract. Wee. my gosh, let me. It keeps looking so pretty out here. Like almost disgustingly so. Oh, did you get your stuff situated?
Oh, Rook! Good to see you. Irilyn and Strife sent word. Some of the artifacts we have in storage are acting up. They need a hand to make sure they stay calmed and don't rip a hole in reality. Anyways, we can go whenever you're ready.
Okay. I have so many sock quests I need to go do. Like, stat. Who was where? Talk to her. Oh crap, I gotta talk to. I have to talk to everybody. His is time. Or hers is time. His is an exclamation mark. He has a mission for me.
Toldar, it's a tunnel. Veilguard, Velos Atreidim. But Velos Atreidim is nothing like Isatunal.
Isatunal. I remember. After you touched the dagger. The prayer, the proclamation. Isatunal. What exactly are you proclaiming?
They don't remember. No one remembers. We don't even know what we lost.
You're cute when you're focused. How many of you are gonna try to rizz up Harding? You think she'll, she is cute.
You're busy. I shouldn't interrupt.
I don't know if I should flirt with everybody.
Wait, sorry.
Maybe they don't like that.
Please stay. We can talk. About the stone. About Isatunal. Maybe explaining it to someone else will help get my thoughts in order.
So what
I just want to braid her hair, honestly.
What does it mean?
Isatunal is an affirmation, a statement of existence, of being. It means
I'd figured.
I am here. But no, not I. I is singular, but it isn't. We either. We is multiple, but also separate.
What?
Isatunal is the eternal hymn that encompasses all time. All spaces. I am, we are, this and that, here, there, now, and forever.
That was the most real. What? Even Peach in the background. If you say so.
What's important is that you're happy.
Happy? Happy's not it. Whole. Right, maybe. I'm certain Isatunal describes how we, the dwarves, once were. But none of the books say anything about it. None of the histories are right. If we forgot something so important, what else did we forget?
I don't know.
I'm sorry. I don't expect you to have an answer.
Harding?
Thanks for letting me babble, by the way.
Anytime. That's what I'm here for.
Oh, that little last look. And she a pooch. Oh, you bonding time with the girlies. Are you talking about Harding move? Alright. Did I? You. Oh, my bad. Wrong way. I was discombobulated. Aye.
Rook, Ilario sent word. He's got intel on Zara. He wants to meet up. Fancy a trip to Treviso?
Sounds like fun.
It never says anything. Suddenly spit out some cryptic prophecy about magic returning to all. Has she been in? Has she been in all games? I know you're not talking about Cole. Look at how he just looks. Golly. You know what? Hold on. Hold on 2 seconds. Wait. Wait a second. How do you... Yeah. Mayhaps. Listen. That's what I'm saying, like, all the time. Sir, I beg. He's like begging to be satisfied. Oh my gosh. You know, I could say a lot of things. I can make a lot of statements, but it's probably best to leave those unsaid. Especially with this going to the tube. Nah.
The Shadow Dragons have a hideout in Docktown. We should check in, see if there's news on the Venatori.
Already?
They work fast, and with that relic case off their hands, they'll work even faster. Meet you in Docktown.
Funny little trinkets. That chair looks so comfy. I wouldn't know what to do. I think I have enough stuff for this too. I haven't been collecting stuff.
Mastery.
Excuse me. Lucanus's face. Miss Perpetrator lightning through and through is wild. I didn't see the appeal, and I was merely listening to what everyone was putting in my ear about how to be on whatchamacallit side. I think Solus disapproved of what I did. Cole did. I'm trying to think, because I know Solus, he was so pissy. He's like, ooh, I don't like you. Just kidding. Let's make out. What, bro? But, First of all, Cole Cole looks like a child to me because he looks like a character from another game that I've played a bunch who was a child. So Cole could never at any point be anything more than what Cole is. A frail boy in a big hat. Yeah, he met a girl at the end, like the very last mission before it was time for the. No, I think it was during Trespass. I don't remember actually. After my Inquisitor did all her stuff and was all like, you know, somebody was like, "Hey," I think. No. Wait. Because it was at the bar. You know what? No. That was Cole is your child. You know. Yeah, the girl that was singing. Or am I thinking about Karev? I be forgetting your big sister age. All right. You know, at least you didn't call me auntie. I'll take it. Who is this? Oh. I basically do everybody's stuff. Look at that. Do more for Harding. Your child is my boyfriend. I'm weak. Ah, okay. That's what it was. So yeah, that's the ending that he got.
Hi, Underworld. Welcome on in. How the heck are you?
Aunties have to be at least 11 years older than me because my sister is 10 years older than me. She mocked out the child with love and care since I'm about 5 or so years older than you. Bow now. I ain't got no money. Maybe I do. I feel like I'm always gonna just, honestly, you know, continually upgrade my stuff anyway. What does it matter? I've really been hoarding these though. Being real. Right. Controversial age gap. Found the egg yet? The egg shows up immediately. You know? We've had 2 run-ins with an egg so far. It's been a good time, if I might say so myself. No, don't even think about cracking that egg, but the egg keeps looking delicious in that refrigerator like it keeps doing. It's gonna get cracked one of these days. Gotta slurp that thing up like a horse and a carrot or whatever Will always says. Hi, Peach. I know I didn't stay walking around for no 15 minutes for you to be like, I want to go now. Okay. We'll start the next mission. Okay. Let me do this.
Fewer people than I expected. Let's find Asher.
Asher?
The Viper. He prefers to be called Asher in private. Said I could tell you.
We're we're gonna go talk to the Viper. Delicious.
Hi. Oh, I want to pet your puppy.
Okay, let me let my dog outside before she pees on my floor. Sorry, I have to walk away. I'm not pausing, so it won't be long, I promise. I'm sorry, BRB. Okay. We should be good for a while now. Love waiting for the Daddle. Why did my brain take so long to read that? How long? All right. Sorry for all the breaks. We shouldn't have to take any more for another 40 seconds. I'm kidding. I'm just going to lean over and grab my snack.
I'm making bread. And I'm petting. Let me touch that dog.
Okay. Yes, sir. Talk to me, Daddy.
Trouble in the Anvalanim. Darkspawn.
But those tunnels are safe passage for...
I know. We've had to close that entrance.
We can help. We've recently had to deal with Blight. Those Darkspawn have to be destroyed before they get out into the city.
If you get through, signal the all clear at the hidden door.
I'm making bread. Sorry. I'm making some bread in the microwave. Some little quick bread. Not bread. Not before. No. This is my last day to make crazy snacks before I have to do a nice really? Supermarket simulator online? Like we can work in the store together? Let's do it. Sign me up. I'd be the world's best manager. Yes, Underworld. It's Matt Mercer. This looks terrible. I use a different kind of almond flour. I don't know how that's gonna turn out. It looks crazy. It did not fluff up like my other flour. Getting those internal pictures taken. You mean me? Yeah. Yeah, I'm so looking forward to They ain't tried it yet. Supermarket together? Absolutely.
Raining again.
I want
once
to
heard
so
that's
bad.
because
Let's do it.
All the magic that keeps the Archon's palace floating messes with the clouds.
Like, I would say Matt Mercer's voice easily take a few days off to recover after. I'll say tentative for Wednesday. We'll see. I don't know if I'll get stir crazy by day 3 of me doing nothing.
Oh, it's a door.
This is
I've
Darkspawn
heard
in the city.
And in one of the worst places. The shadows
Not you
rely on us to
flexing
rescue
on
people.
me.
Odd.
Let me talk to
Valanim
you.
is the ancient elven word for womb.
Huh. Interesting.
Why is he flexing on me like this? Why is he flexing on me like this? I will definitely take it super easy. I haven't been under anesthesia since I was like a freshman sophomore in college. And I got my wisdom teeth pulled. What do you sound like?
Hello.
Bro is Hi, how are you? I would have expected that to be Matt Mercer. I'm sitting here like,
I think I feel good enough to stream.
finger inches closer to go live. Go to sleep. Who is this? It's Sabi. My internet. Give it a second. It's trying. Albeit terribly, it's still trying. All right, I'm gonna try this bread. I don't know. It ain't looking too hot. It don't taste like anything. That's a good question, Doobie. Hopefully so. Good as beeps, perp. Good as beeps. Trust me, Trip is gonna make sure I'm not doing stupid stuff.
Hey, they call me
He's gonna be off
Mother said I
to
got
take
stuck
care
to
of
her
me on
like one of them
Tuesday.
and drained her of life. Yeah, I guess it's not funny.
Yeah, the more I chew it, the less bad it gets.
Sorry, do I know you?
No.
The Anvalanim should have an entrance this way. The passage is hidden by a wall carving. Keep an eye out. Venatori, why are they so close to the shop?
There.
Yeah, I'm seriously not. I'm not touching. I'm not moving furniture. The office will be like this for the foreseeable future. I've already been forbade for moving any more furniture. I've never had one done, but sitting in a chair to stream might. Yeah. I'm definitely from the people that I've known who've had one multiple times, and then people that like I don't know that well who've told me about it, and from my doctor said they were like, my doctor specifically with my like situation, he was like, you are gonna have a hard time like Monday, like all day Monday, like you are gonna have a hard time. I can't even lie and sugarcoat to you, like you're not gonna have fun. Like I advised you to do X, Y, Z, and I was like, okay. So I'm already like mentally prepared for like me to be like, all right guys, see you guys later in the week, and then like sleeping all day Monday. Actually, no. Being in a miserable state Monday, and then when I finally go to sleep, because I have to wake up at 4 on Tuesday. I have to wake up at 4 a.m. knowing darn well I am still awake at 4 a.m. some days. So I have to wake up at 4 a.m., take some medicine, go through what my body needs to go through after I've taken that medication. Then at, I don't know, whatever, I forgot, 9 a.m. or whatever, I get everything done. So that's what you said. So I'm prepared to be a like shriveled up pickle all day all day on Monday. They say the stuff that you have to take is pretty brutal on you. So it's about 16 hours of 16 hours. So mentally I'm ready. Physically, I don't think I am. But how ready can one be? How ready can one be? What up, Serenity? Welcome on in. Happy days to you, Will. Oh, what's all this? Oh, I know these symbols. What's that? It's okay. I mean, honestly, the way he described it, it just sounds like what I was dealing with this summer, but for like a day and a half. So, and then the benefit is that I get to be put in a deep sleep for about an hour. So, I'm certain that'll be like putting your 1% iPhone on your MacBook charger, and it'll go from 1% to like 80% in about 5 minutes. So that's how I see it in my head. And whatever this is, it looks thick. What is this? Girthy statue.
Got it.
Like
Girth.
but without the view.
Sending you so much to distract you from. You can't be there physically. Yeah, send me all the smoot. And don't go digging too deep in any Dante TikToks, because you will find me.
Can't get through here.
You will
We've got to
find
clear
me.
the
Trust.
obstacle somehow.
It's my first like kind of surgery, which not really surgery, but procedure, if
That
you
did it.
will.
We can get through now.
I'll say it in a non-crazy way. It's the first time I'll have a medical professional go inside of my body for something. So, what was this? Headshot. Wow. Yeah, that's my thing. I'm like, you know, do whatever you need to do. Just tell me what's going on.
We have to take out the leaders.
Nice work.
Is it not touching the pimple? Okay.
Still blocked. There's another boil somewhere.
Oh, trust, I found you. I think I said something too crazy the other day, and I was like, it's only like 400 comments on this post. I don't think I should. I don't think I should. Maybe I should delete this comment. Someone's gonna find this.
Well, look at that.
After your surgery, you had dreams like making dog marmalade and pitching to Chris Evans. Oh, to be sponsored for he didn't want to be dude because it said golden retrievers like orange marmalade. And he thought they like lemon. We fought about it. That's actually not that wild of a dream though. You know? Maybe, I don't know. Just being in the same presence of Chris Evans, I'd probably be like that meme of the guy holding it in with veins on his head. I don't know what I'm holding in, but I'm holding something in. I think tomorrow, because tomorrow's my like 3 days before where I gotta not eat certain things. More elimination. You dream very vividly, like taste, touch, and smell. Ah, it's like Old Spice and candy. Interesting. I will be. Yeah, I don't even know if it's considered because it's not. It's a procedure, but it's not. I don't know. Not too. It's like not non-invasive, I guess. Non-invasive. I don't know what it's considered. I really don't know what umbrella that falls under. Peach is trying to tell me, but she's saying it too loud. I still don't understand it. Whatever it's considered. Well, I mean, you know, it is invasive, yes, but you know. Oh, it is still classified as surgery. Okay. There'll be no stitches after. Yeah. Yeah, I hope not. I don't. I just know that I do have some medicine I have to take, which I've never been on anything like it before. Thought you jumped dimensions. Your new brother wouldn't take care of you because you weren't his sister. You tell your brother he said he wouldn't because that was true. Started crying still high. It was assured me that it was your real brother who would take care of you. Aw. Trip's gonna I don't know. Adri may beg to differ. She took care of me the first time I had to go under anesthesia for a wisdom tooth extraction. I don't really remember how I was, but she does. It'll be a question for her the next time she pops up. Right. My dreams are like hallucinations and stuff. I'll dream that I'm like flying with my wings, having fun, and then as I'm falling, I'll fall in a nest of something insane or I don't know. Hi Rick, welcome in. It's been going really, really good so far. I'm still having a lot of fun. I had to take a couple breaks, but I have everything that I need, so we're in the mix now. Got some stuff, and I fixed some issues. So besides my internet trying to fight me now, the game is running fantastically. I am popping a zit for me. Thank you.
Those Darkspawn and Venatori were on the same side.
No, and that worries me. At least that seems to be the last of them.
It should be safe for the shadows to use the entrance again.
Let's find it and tell them to open up.
Yeah, I'll send you guys a post recovery pick in Discord. Everything's fine. Teehee. Hello? I'm weak. It's really just stupid. It's doing even worse. Oh, brother. Yeah, it's my internet. My internet's hating me right now. Sorry, guys. It's being asinine. I don't know why. Such stinky behavior. Internet was perfectly fine yesterday. The game was just choking me. Now that the game isn't choking me, the internet sucks. And you know what's crazy? You know what's sad about it? We got the best internet in our area. Why is it so trash today? Hello? Nah, I gotta send this picture. That's diabolical. Why are we getting half speeds? Hold on, I gotta send this to Papa Trip. Let me try another one. Yes. Mm. Oh, you see me? Looks fine after a refresh? Okay. Spoke too soon? Alright. Hold on. Oy. Yay, tech support. It's still frozen? Nah, it's gonna disconnect. What? Hello? W, 12 months. Oh, twins, it's been a whole year. We got a wild day and it keeps freezing. Wild delay that it keeps freezing immediately. Oh my gosh. Sick. I don't know what to do, guys. I don't know. Just a minute delay. Since my last restart 5 minutes ago, we're already at 11,000 drop frames. Diabolical. Oh no. You can't hear? No. Oh, I see. I see you have a delay. Okay. It's that far back? I cry. Just keep playing? Okay.
There it is.
I saw we.
Back into the shop.
It's always something.
With the baby. got so many BBs now.
It's Rook. All clear down here. Nice work. I'll get the door.
Let me in.
Good that you're still standing. Best let Asher know.
That's old perp. You're fine. Okay. Oh.
Great Scott.
How did the Venatori find the Shadow Dragon's hideout? Isn't it a secret?
We have the people in Docktown. They know where we
Hookah.
are. Someone might have talked about the shop. People.
Hello? Hello? Would a refresh work now? You see? Let's go!
We live! Flashes tits to stream. I'm kidding. I'd never. I don't even have tits. What are we talking about? I don't even know what those are. Ah!
You really saved our skins there, Rook. Those Darkspawn could have destroyed us.
It wasn't just Darkspawn. Venatori were there too, and they weren't fighting each other.
I'll edit that out.
Darkspawn attack all living things.
Darkspawn are blighted. If the gods control the blight, they might control the Darkspawn.
He's pulling his cock out!
It wouldn't be the storm if you didn't come in during a time like that. No context. Flip's desk. Hi. We're back. Right. I'm very optimistic.
Let's not jump to conclusions before we have more answers.
If you're looking for answers about the Venatori, I may have a lead. A warehouse on the other side of the city. Lots of cult activity. And some of them were spotted headed towards a shop. Could be a
I
coincidence.
want to see his
or it
face
could be
so
something
bad.
more.
It's worth a look.
Agreed. Rook?
Let's go.
You can see tits in the game?
The Viper, or Asher, I suppose. Is he the leader of the Shadow Dragons?
One of
Right.
them. He made his
Half
name
A-cups.
freeing slaves and supporting their rebellions.
Tis, tis.
He won't stop until slavery ends in Tevinter.
It's crazy because there's not even like a cuppage from the side. Why did they debubulate us like that? I want to go see.
Interest you in a tapestry?
So the Viper's real name
Or
is
no.
Asher?
I'll go back and watch her VOD so I can see
He
it.
calls himself Viper for first impressions, or so he says.
What do you mean?
Asher
Right, I mean, how
just
come
doesn't have the
why?
same impact, does it?
I don't see anything wrong. Oh. Yeah, they debubbulated us.
Venatori, we're close.
Why you flex on me like that? Instead of flexing on me, why don't you?
More Venatori.
Never mind.
Probably.
Him blow himself up. I'm weak. What you doing up here? Stop that. See, I think I could have put this on a difficulty level higher than this. Not saying it's too easy, but there's no real challenge. Is yet anyway. Oh my gosh, excuse me. Pet the kitty. Oh, you guys caught up. Just violently all here. Yeah, transit, you got it. Same page. Right, can't wait to mod the biggest Tadalalas I can find onto my rook. You're gonna up the difficulty one and complain.
Leave me alone. Don't call me out like that. Calling me out hurts.
Stop leaving the rooftop patches open. It lets in a draft.
Someone's mad about their fellow Venatori leaving the rooftop passage open.
Let's in both drafts and people. Yes?
I'm saying. If Iron Bull can have pillowy, soft bosoms, why can't our rooks? Different game, it don't matter.
About to have a problem.
Watch behind you.
Oh, my ass.
Hit it now.
Keep moving before more of them come crawling out.
Ah, I see. You know, that's our Szechuans tickling each other is all. You know? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. That's crazy. Go back down. How cute would that be that you can like climb into Veilguard's bed with him and cuddle?
Lots of Venatori. You must be close. That's all.
Samba.
Conveniently left the rooftop entrance open again.
Whee! What am I hearing?
I know a Venatori ritual when I hear one, and I know they hate being interrupted.
I mean, we're about the same size. It don't matter, you know, it's fine. Because if anything, he may actually like it. Maybe right up his alley. Who knows? Mayhaps.
There's a problem.
What? How? Is there a ladder? It is what he deserves. He's been here for as many games he's been here for. And you mean to tell me? Ah.
They're summoning Darkspawn.
How?
They can summon
They're
these.
using magic to control that Darkspawn. We have to stop.
That's crazy that you think I'm not about to combo breaker. Hit the wrong button.
Got it.
Why would anyone even want Darkspawn?
Have all of the Darkspawn inventory.
Whee!
Let's search the place and figure out what they were doing.
Female characters have bigger bubbles into when he's telling the story, by the way. That's so funny. He just
Playtime is over.
he's just staring at it. The same way she was staring at that Venatori's Yep.
This note. Knight Commander Lenos of the Minrathous Templars is being paid off by Venatori.
Damn it.
Look at this. Draining into the tunnels below the
I know,
city
right? I
collapse.
can't wait. I'm so excited.
One more way the Venatori released blight into our tunnels. I'll tell the other shadows.
Let me in. Ooh, band of smoke. I'm here to break stuff. Oh, the door is open now. I see. Whee! Send Darkspawn to root
This
them out.
explains the Darkspawn we keep finding in the catacombs.
And at least they don't know where the Shadow Dragons are. Exactly.
Who's next? Or more poking I should do. Ah, there we are. Veilguard has blessed us with ancient knowledge, the relic to let us control Darkspawn through our blighted blood. Use it to destroy our enemies in his name.
The gods gave the Venatori a relic they can use to control Darkspawn.
Hey, Rook, is everything all right in there?
Yeah, come in here and find out.
I'd see if you needed help.
Yeah. Hey.
Did you find anything in there?
The risen gods taught the Venatori how to control Darkspawn. Explains why the hideout was attacked.
We found documents from the Knight Commander. I knew he was crooked. I didn't think he was actually a Venatori.
Let's head back to the shop. We'll discuss things there.
Oh, it's a big cutscene? Okie dokie transit. And it's okay. Whatever you miss, I am posting all these on YouTube. Technical difficulty or not. So, good night. Take care. Have a good one. Enjoy them indubitably. Let me pet the dog.
You managed to catch the stragglers fleeing the warehouse.
They'll think twice before coming back here. What else did you find?
The Venatori serve Elgarnon and Gillinane, like we thought. They gave the cult control over Darkspawn.
Great. Sounds like the Venatori are going to be even more trouble.
Is there something I can do? The risen gods are my responsibility too.
How do we know we can even trust you? You're not from here. You don't know Minrathous like we do. And we know as little about you as we do these risen gods you unleashed.
Me?
Now, what is it they say? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The cult has its hooks deep in the
Luke's
city.
so annoying.
Venatori backers sit in the magisterium chambers, and now they wield power given to them by the gods. We'll have to get along if there's any chance of surviving this.
May, what are you doing here? You promised you'd lay low.
Tried it, didn't much care for it.
Look how tiny my little baby is. He's so cute. Hi, I'm Rook.
Nice to meet you. I'm Rook.
There's trouble in Minrathous, Venatori, and risen gods. Rook's helping us with it. Mayvarus is one of the Shadow Dragon leaders.
Mayvarus Talani, formerly Magister Mayvarus Talani, at your service.
Wait, formerly?
My enemies conspired to have my magisterium seat stripped from me. We can talk about it later, if you want. My concerns feel petty when stacked against risen gods. The Shadow Dragons have a lot to discuss, but you, Rook, are expected at the Swan.
Me? The Cobbled Swan? Why?
The First Warden is here to speak with you.
The First Warden? Let's hope we can actually get some help with the Blight.
Come back when you can. I think we'll need your help again.
We gotta go meet the First Warden.
Selfie. Shadow Dragon.
About a new Venatori spot somewhere uptown.
I know someone in the area who's keeping watch.
Ah, okay.
Find him in the library. Say you're looking for Ferdinand Genetivi's book on Orlais.
Ferdinand Jenny what?
He's a Ferelden scholar, virtually unknown in the north, and no one ever asks about his work.
Oh, a passphrase. Got it.
I'm so sorry. I bumped my mouse. I'm so glad that doesn't do anything. I would have cried. I would have cried. Glad this ain't like another game.
How did you join the Shadow Dragons?
Helped make the Templars look the other way when there was a slave rebellion going down. Turned out that the Viper was helping. He brought me on.
Okay.
Tarquin?
Gallus.
Dang.
Spotted any more Darkspawn?
Not close to the shop, but we're keeping alert. We haven't seen the end of them.
Such a dope voice. I don't know what I would do if I had that kind of vocal power. Honestly, I'd probably use it for like not good.
Fast travel unlocked.
They're telling us to walk.
But what if the Darkspawn come back?
Ooh, yeah, that's Sukuna.
Really?
I can see that, some Sukuna vibes.
You feel safer, sure.
Like being able to pitch your voice down that low is gnarly.
Hey, the little booby. Hey, pet the booby. Hey, how about you, booby?
And a booby kind of buff. We pet all the dogs.
Oh, who will let us?
So,
Can I
you're
pet
not sure
you,
you can
booby?
trust me, but it was your idea to hire me.
I made the suggestion. Rook made the call. Why? Are you worried I have ulterior motives? That I planted the idea in Rook's head for my own ends?
That wasn't where this was going.
Really? Because I'd have questions. A Tevinter mage breaks a demon-possessed assassin out of prison. What's her angle?
Mierda. And people say I'm overly suspicious.
I'm like, don't be bickering, girls. We're in this together. Oh.
Stay in cover.
Us jumping on the enemy together. What a couple. Power couple indeed. What's all this over here?
People are still getting over demons pouring from the sky. Oh, what's next?
I never had wizards here. You're cute. Show me your magic. There you go. Good job. Oh, look around. Look at all the peoples.
Mona's Pell dance act astounds audience.
Just giving away half of everything that I'd like. What's this? Flawless victory. It's over here. I'm nosy. Interesting. Okay, I don't know. I'm leaving. I'll come back. Loud ticking is stressing me out.
What the kitty?
Are missable in the other games. It's entirely possible to not recruit companions. Almost me with Cole at one point.
Rumored resistance group up front.
You know?
Did the Magisterium explain why the Archon Palace went island? Wasn't it a mistake? You know how...
Hello? Trust. Ooh, cutting.
I am Jowen Glastrom, First Warden and Supreme Commander of Weishaupt. I received word of your team's request for Grey Warden assistance after an incursion of the Blight at Demeter's Crossing. How does a Morn Watcher come to be involved with the Blight in Arlathan? And not just any Watcher, but a controversial figure after what you pulled during that undead rebellion.
Very interesting. I can explain.
I stopped that rebellion my way to protect the living. Didn't make me popular, but surely a Grey Warden sworn to defend others would understand.
Very well. Then tell me how a Navaran necromancer apologist unleashed the Blight.
I think unleashed is a little strong. It was an unfortunate side effect.
The Blight was a side effect?
Yes. Of stopping the Dreadwolf, Elven God of Lies, from destroying the Veil. We did stop him, by the way. You're welcome.
I did not come here to listen to fairy tales. I am here because of the Blight.
It's all one problem.
Right, but it all ties together. See, when we disrupted the ritual, Solus got trapped in the Fade. But two of the Elven gods got out. Elgernon and Gillenane, we think. And they're blighted.
Why would Elven gods be blighted?
The ancient Elven gods used the Blight. That's why Solus imprisoned them. The point is that the gods are making the Blight worse. Demeter's Crossing was just the start. That's why we need the Grey Wardens.
I suspected more politicking from the remnants of the Inquisition. I see now that I was wrong.
I'm really glad to hear that.
It is clear that whatever you did to unleash the Blight has corrupted your already weak mind.
Okay, wait.
You will be taken to Weishaupt and placed under heavy guard until the danger you caused by unleashing the Blight passes.
Oh, hello?
No, please, you can't do that.
I assure you, I can.
I don't know how much time we have. The gods are doing something with the Blight. We need to stop them.
Let me tell you something about the Blight. It is evil, it is implacable, and above all, it is predictable. The Blight has not changed in over 1,000 years. The Grey Wardens will defeat it, as they always do. And we will do so without you causing confusion with your deranged conspiracy theories.
That's
I
wild.
suggest you come along quietly.
I'm not, though.
Adamant Fortress 941 Dragon. The Grey Wardens attempted to raise an army of demons. Hardly the models of good judgment yourselves, are you?
Everyone knows Warden Commander Clarel acted alone at Adamant Fortress.
Acted alone, you say? Imagine if everyone were to see the letter I discovered where you authorize her actions. I wonder how that might complicate the narrative.
Are you prepared to risk the security of the Grey Wardens for this deluded girl?
You may be surprised to learn that I care very little about the security of the Grey Wardens.
Stay away from the Blight, and do not pester the Grey Wardens with any more of your nonsense.
He seems upset. Was it something I said?
Dorian? I'm not saying, like, what happened. He just looks so different. He looks more than what I thought 10 years would do to a person. I'm like, does that say Dorian? Dorian? I'll say what happened, boo. Like, from the standpoint of my understanding of Dorian being very much clean cut, where I'm like, I'm not seeing, the eyebrows are way bushier than Dorian. The face structure isn't, I don't understand what's happening with the hair, because I feel like Dorian would never do something like that. Even if Dorian changed in 10 years, I don't, he would be more, I don't know.
That was close. Wasn't looking forward to being dragged off to a Grey Warden dungeon. Who should I be thanking for the assist?
Magister Dorian Parvis, at your service. A mutual friend thought you might require some support.
Maevaris Talani? Of the Shadow Dragons?
The very same.
All right. You know, like, Dorian, are you good? Are you okay? Are you fine? He did not run that haircut by me. Me neither, honestly. All right.
What's your relation to the Shadow Dragons?
Yeah.
About a decade ago, Maevaris and I started a political faction called the Lucerni. We were going to change Tevinter for the better. Everyone would recognize the common sense benefits of our approach, and we'd all live happily ever after.
I take it that didn't happen.
Maevaris was framed, kicked out of the Magisterium, and the Lucerni were dissolved. So she took the movement underground.
The Shadow Dragons.
Since I still haunt the Magisterium, that makes me the Shadow Dragon's man on the inside.
So here's the story I'm gonna go with. Crazy breakup, very toxic situation. Changed. A decade goes by, lost some muscle mass. Head stayed the same size. Looks like big head. Can we have real human proportions in White Dragon Age game? Oh man, I'm shooketh.
I think we made an enemy of the first warden today. Well, more you than me. He just thinks I'm a dangerous idiot.
Ha! Enemy? I've ignored greater men.
Wait, not me significantly shorter than him. Enough.
Sits in a
Wasn't he
Menrathis
short
lounge
too?
sipping wine. You need the wardens? Look for the ones out there fighting the Blight. In the meantime, the Shadow Dragons will keep a close watch on the Venatori. Good luck.
What happened to
I'm
his...
sure we'll see each other again soon.
What was that wall? What happened to his lip handlebars? What happened? I missed.
Only the veil stood between us and a world of blighted darkness. But on this side, the gods could only tap a trickle. They had to turn that trickle into a flood. They sure could have used Solus's dagger to rip open the Fade. But some foolish mortal had taken it. So, they'd have to create a dagger of their own.
Gotta spell it with a V. Gotta be with a V.
Drowning the world in blight was just a matter of time.
Well,
I need to talk to Varric.
that didn't go how I planned on it too.
Dumont. I wasn't expecting to see this yet.
Yeah. Only I can see it. Okay, did I look over here? There's got to be loot. There's always secret loot. Mice. The bubonic plague. I walk this lonely road, the only road that I have ever known. Excuse me. Unless you want me inside of you, you should go. You should go. If you don't go, I'll be inside. Is that what you want? I'll do it. Thank you. He was standing there like, I'm ready. And I was like, okay, me too. Let's go. I've been waiting on this all day. Not me breaking my whole entire leg. Where the beaches at?
You're keeping an eye on me. Is it the demon or the mage killer name?
Maybe I want the secrets of your coffee supplier.
Maybe I want your...
That's not...
Don't flatter yourself too much. I don't trust anyone on first meeting, and I keep an eye on everything.
Well...
I must reach the secret cat.
Coffee, let me know.
Oh. About to say something deranged again. I know who I miss right now, V. We'll bring V back out. I'm gonna go get some diabolical mods. There's a shirtless V mod. Him and all his lanky scrawniness to be exposed. There's a mod with Dante with just his undershirt on. Sorry, I astral projected for a second. I had to come back into myself. So, man, when I acquire that.
Watch for Venatori. They're everywhere.
Oh, you're pretty. You know what? You look kind of like Moo. Moo, I didn't know you were in the game. You didn't say anything. Look, it's Moo. Moo, dude, you didn't tell us you did face scan into the game. You had to stop typing a message about V. It was too diabolical. Nonsense. There's no such thing as too diabolical. You know what I've said under my main account, my main content creator account about Dante on social media? There is no such thing as too diabolical. The only way you know is if you dig and find out yourself. There's so much Dante thirst. I've seen almost all of it. If I haven't liked it already, I've commented. If I haven't commented, it's been bookmarked. Trust. It's funny because a lot of times you guys send me things, whether it be like in Discord, you tag me, or you like DM it to me. I've seen it already before. It's really fun. Like every single one I've seen because I've commented on most of them. It's so funny. Savi is like, look at this little freak. What do you mean? I'm just a creature.
Keeping busy?
I'm chasing a fraudulent enchantment scheme. It's harmless until the buyer thinks they're immortal.
No, I'm kidding. Keep sending it. It's just funny because you really know me well. Freak. Ooh woo. This. Oh my bad. A mirror. Absolutely. I'm the witchiest. That's so Assassin's Creed. I love it. That was a cool little thing I used to like to
I'm
do.
almost getting used to this city again, but it still needs fewer Venatori.
Blade? Is that you?
Why does everyone call him the Viper?
Drama. He's a symbol. Slavers aren't going to shiver in their boots about ash. Marker. Shadow patterns. Names like that.
Right, like, if this is his regular dry conversation, I literally can't imagine.
Inquired about me.
I needed to be sure.
I can't imagine.
Lanos is playing for the other side, so Tarquin's probably dirty too. After all the shit we've been through, I thought I'd earned some trust.
I did it to protect the Shadow Dragons and the cause.
Yeah, you protected them. Happy now?
Oh, hello. Level 13? I got hella skill. When did I get level 13? How many skill points I have not used? Too many. But I saw something. Something collectible. Yeah. That's like, I think someone brought up with Sims has, like, someone's like, if I see this stupid animation one more time, and it's a Sim being like, with everything, picking up anything, I'll pick up a baby. Like, please make it stop.
Hi, Chris. What's going on here?
So,
Heck are ya?
the demon of Virantium.
The name wasn't literal when I got it.
No, but the reputation that went with it.
What the freak is that?
And then some, assuming my sources are accurate.
Past reputation means nothing when your current contract's still open.
I know the feeling.
Oh, okay. They said screw you on whatever you're trying to do. Okay. Not them building a relationship before me. We're about to squabble. I love we can look up. I hate that we couldn't last game. Right, 'cause like I'm not about to walk 75 hours just to hear them yap. I want to hear them yap, but I want to walk. Yuck. Walking? No. Right. Then this is the walking simulator, like chill. I never finished that game. I got actually genuinely scared at one point. I should try it again.
Three seals here.
Hi,
They
Tiana.
look more powerful than the ones we saw before. It'll take
Come
more
on
than a
in.
champion's essence to breach this.
I'd give me a combat skipper for Inquisition. I'd have a lot of fun with that game. A lot of fun. Mayhaps too much. Thought we were getting some cutscene action for a second. Can I talk to people? She wants to speak. I'll talk to her before I talk to him. Wait, opens up like a magic symbol. What are you doing inside? Interesting. I'll go talk to you too. You this way? Yeah.
This was with my things. It looks like your handwriting. I didn't read it. Well, a couple of words. I thought it might be one of mine. I don't even know how it got there.
It's those wisps. I need more wards.
Oh, I can help with that.
I started this. I'll deal with it.
This is so cute. It's so funny how she goes from being, fine, I'll do whatever it is that you say, to being like, it's fine, I'll deal with it.
I don't know. I think they're cute. So cute.
They didn't steal your notes.
Maybe they like you?
Do you follow the chantry? The pendant. I noticed it's Andrastian.
I barely keep the holidays. It's from an old job.
Oh, which one? Maybe I read about it in a Timenter paper.
I'm barely in the papers.
Oh, but when you are, it's on the edge of something exciting.
What about that one story with the demon, the diamond, and the deadbeat magister? Oh, they mentioned you twice.
That was a hit piece.
You're so cute. She is.
Well, that's awful.
It was against the Magister. I was the footnote.
Still.
The job got done. Of course, it would have gone smoother,
Her
but the client
scores.
ratted me out to the demon.
What?
It's always something. Funny how that didn't make the print. Tell me you read the rest of the paper too?
Oh, yes. Sometimes they have these stories, serials. They're thrilling, except they come out in pieces. I only see a few papers a year. I never know how the stories end.
Happily ever after. Why not, right?
Aren't you some sunshine?
That's me.
I hope
I
you're
know.
right.
All right, Belle. You get me the name of your cereal, I'll try and track the ending. No promise on the happy part.
That's fine.
I'd like to go back anyway.
How cute.
Spend time in Docktown, pick up gossip.
Want company?
Why not? Ready to go when you are.
How cute! Stop! It's so cute. I'm bonding with the girls. We haven't gotten one yet. It's time. It's time for us to get one. Where is she? Wait, how do I move the mouse? No. It's this. What the? Okay, maybe I don't have to, maybe don't stand behind her. I think it's like this. She's so pretty at her desk. I need more wallpapers. This will do. Yeah. Look at her. Gorgeous. Wait, no. Let's go eye level. And then I need more zoom. No, I soiled it. Oh, these controls are gonna eat me alive. Maybe 40, I think should maybe the max. She's not smiling, but it's a pretty picture. Okay. Got to get my photography time in. Expeditiously. Is guys just vibing? Okay, let's go talk to him. Is he up here or is he inside? He's right here. You okay? Oh, I can't talk.
Mierda. This place makes my eyeballs itch.
It's how he looks, and he has his sleeves cuffed. Sir, if only you knew. Why is she standing back there like that, ma'am? Ma'am. I need you to back up. Give the man some personal space. Why? Stand next to him. Get a cute little picture. I'm freaking weak, boo. Hold on. Yeah, let's stand here together. Ah! Look over there. I think. What's happening? Yo! I think they like each other. I'm weak. I don't think so. No. Stop flirting with my husband. I'm sorry. He's the communal husband. Nobody gets him to themselves, sadly. Mayhaps? He is, yes. I have so many cute little pictures of them. They said love is suffer. Love is pain. Love is consequence. Hi.
There you are. I haven't seen much of you lately. I was getting worried. Everything all right? Wait, that dagger. I've seen it before.
Solus was using it at the ritual site.
No, before that. Shit, it can't be. Look at it, Rook.
I have, plenty. Ever since it hurt Harding.
Remember that story I told you about me and Hawk, Meredith and Orsino? How the trouble started in Kirkwall? On our expedition to the deep roads, that's what we found. That's what my brother tried to kill us for. An idol made of red lyrium. That sang a song which drove anyone who heard it mad.
Are you sure it's the same thing?
Oh, look at it. It's changed, but it's the same size. Same ring at the top. Not to mention, it's pure lyrium. No one, not even the dwarves in Orzammar, work pure lyrium like that. It's too dangerous.
If that's true, if this dagger is the red lyrium idol from your story, how did Solus cleanse it of the blight?
I have no idea. I can't believe you found it.
Oh, hey, Rook. I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
No. You look better.
You seem a little more comfortable with your new abilities. How are you feeling?
Things are weird, but I'm adjusting, I think. That's not what I came in here for, though.
All right, Harding. What's on your mind?
So, the wardens...
Just diabolical.
I know some. A married couple Varric and I met while we were tracking Solus.
I'd almost forgot about that. I really am getting too old for this shit.
You think they'll talk to us? After the first warden and everything?
It's worth a try. I can write them and hope.
Okay, let's see who's in our corner.
Rook is so cute. My little El boy was. He's always a cool baby.
Normally, my advice on befriending abominations would be don't. In this case, just keep an eye on him.
Okay. I'm just curious about something for scientific reasons. Just for scientific reasons, okay? That's crazy. They're literally A cups, bro. And that's as large as they get. Wild. Tisk tisk.
Don't be greedy.
I just had to see for myself. I just had to see. You're so tiny. That's crazy. I don't know what you're talking about. They're literally okay. Think about tabs, but take away any side profile that that Tav has, and literally just make them A cups. Like there's underboob, but like it's like makeup underboob because from the side there is no underboob. From the front, you're like, teardrop. From the side, A cup. True A cup. Not even A and a half. A cup. You know? No offense to you A cup girlies, but when are we gonna have a chance at life like everybody else? Perish. All right, what mission? Let me try doing one of these side missions. When you contour your A cups to look bigger, exactly. Like I will say it like this: Rook's boobs make Tav look like Tav is rocking like triple D's, and that says a lot. Tav is like a B, C at best. Like a B that has a sister size of a C. Oh, there it is. Okay, that's the main mission. I don't want to go too long without doing some of these. If you have anything smaller than a D cup, I promise you have. I've planted a bomb in your house. Who said warfare? 5th grade. And what's crazy is the fact that that's not even crazy. I remember being in school and being like, you know, everyone was like, ooh, I can't wait. I can't wait. And I remember being like, literally just looking at everybody like, bro, what's happening? What's happening? It's crazy that people even went through a training bra phase. Because I hated training bras, stupidest thing. But to even get through that, because some people don't even get that. Some people go from, hey, I'm this today. You wake up one day and they're just there. They just spawn like mushrooms and they do not go away. Let's see. Oh my gosh, don't even get me started, bro. 3 months and then boom. Sounds like an imaginary size. What do you mean, H? Honestly, though. I had a friend who had, I think she was in double J in high school. You know? And I remember thinking, like, this was back when, like, Victoria's Secret bras were actually, like, decent quality. Well over a decade ago. And I remember it's like, let's go here to go, like, bra shopping. And it's like, you know, bro, I'm in, like, you know, 11th, 12th grade. Why can't I find my size in this store? And it's not even like I'm, like, you know, like, I got stuff going on, but I don't have a lot going on. It's like, why is my size not here? When I say suck, bro, I can't even imagine. Seventh grade of D. It's literally like that. Like, in a 12-month span, you can go 2 whole cups. It's insane. I need Harding with us. Oh, this is gorgeous. I'll take you. And Lucanas. He can tower over all of us. Yeah, double J. Oh my gosh, I think we do BB. What's it? I think it's really crazy how like when you're in that like BC range, how you take that for granted because you just don't know what you got until it's gone, you know?
The dock's been fixed. The caretaker must be regaining control of the crossroads.
What a freed. This sounds like I just got home and ripped it off console. Freed knows too much. I freed. Ah.
Are you one spirit who moves around, or different spirits who all look the same?
As needed, Dweller.
Right.
I never asked for this. I asked for long blonde hair as a kid and green eyes, and instead I got back pain and stretch marks. My sister's skin and bones. It should have been me.
We sail.
You know?
Reality, man. Crazy.
I think what's crazy is we're gonna have this conversation on YouTube, though. Bro, it's gonna come back.
Smelled in the kitchen where we grew up.
Let's talk about boobs and bras.
Could be magic from the ancient elves.
What did you just say in right ear? Can you say it again? Can you say it again? My bad. Was I too close? Let me say it again. Let me whisper it in my ear. Going from an overconfident B to a D, knowing that cleavage feels like, knowing what cleavage feels like, then losing weight and going back to a B was so hurtful. And that's a crazy thing too, because losing and gaining weight changes it. But like whatever you are at your slimmest is the smallest they're ever gonna be. And that's what's diabolical. Because what do you mean? I don't know. I may be standing on like the biased side of this argument, but you know, bro. Let me. Ooh.
The Antom here?
Hello? He has some yams. Can I get to the yams? Sweet yams. Show me the way. Oh, he's thick. Oh my gosh. Wait a second. Oh no. Wait. Oh, ow. Wait. He's about to flatten me. Oh, that hurts. Wait. Hold on. Chill. Give me 2 seconds to breathe. Eventually, they're leaving. When Big Booby Goddess come back. One time, friend tried to dress you, but she exclusively wears pasties and strings. Tisk. It's like, no. We can send me via Venmo, right? Imagine somebody comes up with a way to do that. The way I'm donating all kinds of stuff to people. I'm actually about to get folded, sir.
First the Crossroads Guardians, and now the Antom. Stay alert.
He almost killed me. Was it chopping up? I mean, yeah. I will gladly help anybody in need. What are you talking about? We can get this trade train popping. What do you mean? Bro in her teaching class just listen to us. Titties! You know? What happened here? want to do what Nicki Minaj did and put your boob meat on your butt? I'm weak.
Over there. Another entryway. Like the one that took us to that Solus memory.
Can I touch it?
Wait, what happened? This doesn't feel like the Fade. More like a dream, or...
Glad you made it here safely. I didn't love our odds without you.
Hold on, because what you're not about to do is screw this up for me. Literally chill. Why are you choppy? Please stop it. I'm alone at the crossroads. They break and then they fix and they break again. They're stinky. Let me save just in case something gets squishy. Back in a dream. It was all a dream until I wanted some ice cream. Then I found out all this stuff was really mean. In between the real dream. All right.
Who? Me?
All right. Everything's in place. We hit Algernon's island fortress tonight. This is our best chance to free the people he's enslaved. Get in, save as many as you can, and bring them back here to Sanctuary. Be fast and be
Why
safe.
does it sound like Dream Visitor?
I'll meet you on the other side. Fen'Haral's scouting ahead. For freedom! For the Dread Wolf!
Oh.
So, the Dread Wolf is testing his noble rebels against my stronghold. How courageous.
Remember, these memories can hurt us.
That sounds like... Why did that just sound like Dorian? Hello?
More of Solus's memories. Elgernon sent his guards to attack the Dreadwolf's rebels.
At least it's not the real Elgernon, especially here.
You persist for naught. The people under my rule are not yours to plunder.
More guards!
Glad to see we all made it. Algernon's forces are making things interesting.
You, keep moving no matter what. Free those slaves. We'll take everyone else and give the guards something to think about.
No, I can't get the angle. Nor. Fine, I'll take it like this, I guess. He looks sad. Huh? Why is that voice so? I know, right?
Let's be swift. Elgernon is coming.
Solus sounded frightened.
Fear makes powerful memories.
Imagine Solus knows. Imagine Solus knows we're poking through his memories like this. He feels us inside. How mad do you think he'll be?
Let's get that prison open.
On that one enemy. Forgot this is a game that required ice and spray bottles in chat. Yeah. immediately.
Quickly, get us out of here.
Locked tight, and no sign of a key.
Maybe something in here can open it.
Can't tell one of the wardens. I'll bring the whisk.
Thank you all.
There's an alluvion nearby. We'll head there right away.
Go. The Dreadwolf must be waiting for you.
That white fit is clean. Wait. Come here. I didn't get your name. Chill. Come back.
Quickly! Elganon approaches. Stop his guards. We need to buy time for the captives to get to safety. I will hold off Elganon himself for as long as I am able.
Oh, was that not what that was for? Well, I bring you with me anyway.
The vermin keep coming. Go. I will deal with that ragged wolf.
One last push.
Let's go, Hardy. I am taking a kill from me, Bruce.
There will be a reckoning for this Solus, no matter how far you run.
Let the big asshole rant. Everyone we freed is safe in the crossroads.
Without all of you, well, thank you. But can Elganon find us here?
He cannot. I have made sure of...
Solus?
Elganon is a powerful opponent. My apologies. It is of no consequence. What matters, my friends, is that today, all of us are free.
I think that's it. The memory ends here.
Solus always cared about fighting injustice. He used to be a hero. He still thinks he is.
But it did not last.
Now all that's left is this fragment. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, I was wondering when that was around here. I think, or when that was around this date here. I saw some people celebrating not long ago. Yeah, there's a website for any booby havers out there if you are curious about what your actual size is and not what you may have been told at a certain store that I'm certain like 90% of us were told at a store. Hold on. I'll tell you what it's called. Because as I was about to say it, I forgot. Third Love. It's called Third Love. That's what it is. Look up Third Love. I never thought about that. You don't have to purchase from Third Love, but you can look at Third Love and get your stuff. They teach you how to measure. Cause it's always like, you're this, takes you over here to the $60 bras. Now you know. Me and my high school budget, this isn't possible. I'm weak. Dee. Oh, big chest. Big chest. Ooh, glory. Another big chest. Wait, hurry, a big man's coming. Multiple big men are coming. Oh, my leg. I thought we were done fighting.
The demon of Virantium, huh? And they called you that before, the demon.
Ah, you don't have that enchanted barbed arrow in your quiver because you think it's pretty.
It is, though, isn't it? The red shimmer is the enfeebling magic, and the spike tip is designed to splinter inside the target.
Very nice.
I thought you'd like that. I really hope I don't have to use it, though. Cost me a lot of gold.
That's why you only have the one.
Well, I only need one. Especially from this close.
Look at you flirting. Oh, look at how he's staring at Rook. Twisted and run. Oh, that sounded ominous. For now, I'm not. For now, I'm not.
That's a problem.
Guys, I only got a little bit of health. We'll eat him right on up. Gobble, gobble. See? I did measure they were thorough to the point where I was like, I didn't tell you before, and unless it's okay. Someone would be calling police. In the name of bra, I'm weak. There's so many stuff I'm like, I hate that it's all like taboo to talk about a lot of times. Like, you know,
Get ready.
I'll put it that way though. Like, it should be common knowledge. Where are you looking? There we go. Whee! Oh, wait a minute. Whee! It is definitely a lot of fun. I'm having a blast. Beyond what few things people may be talking about on the interwebs, the game is a lot of fun. I think it's one of those things, one person may have said something like fake rage bait, and people may have taken it real, like it was like real, and then it kind of spiraled down from there, because the game is like, I think like this week top Steam, it beat out Call of Duty. It was the most played, most purchased
Those figures are
EA
everywhere.
game.
The spirits,
It beat out some
worshippers?
Star Wars something that was probably like no big feat. And then it also is like BioWare's most, I don't know if it's most purchased game at launch. I forgot what it said, but it broke a record for BioWare.
That's not good.
I'm
God
like,
must have plans for them here too.
Must be good. It was like 60. Yeah, $60, $59.99. Had that Baldur's Gate price tag. I'm telling you, in the age of $70, 60 is always gonna be that sweet spot. Yeah, that's a good That's a good way to say that. I guarantee that's exactly, you know. I think I saw somewhere somebody talking about how they were a rage baiter on Twitter or something.
Good work,
And they were like,
everyone.
yeah, I get paid for like tweeting engagement or whatever. And they were like, yeah, I get like $4,000 a month rage baiting on Twitter. And they were like, it's surprisingly easy. I'm like, $4,000 a month to piss people off on the internet? That's a salary. That's crazy. So far, personally, only having played Inquisition prior to this, I would say so. There are, at least from my perspective, I don't know if my computer's kind of like weird, something, the game, whatever, I don't know, but there is an optimization issue because I have to play this at 30 frames, which is not all that great. But, oh, sorry, let me backtrack. I have to stream it at 30 frames. If I'm not streaming, I can play it at ultra. So, yeah, King Cole's 30 frames. I can't play it any higher than 30 frames. It'll crash my stream. So, I think that's an issue on the game's optimization for something. It does not agree with my OBS at all. But I can play it offline at like ultra settings. So, I don't know what the disconnect is. So, pick a side that would get you comments and views. Yeah. So, ignoring that, you know, just so you guys can experience this with me here, it's worth it. I mean, I'm having a lot of fun. Story and stuff
Look,
is unfolding very interesting. Very interestingly.
Doesn't matter. We can figure this out.
No, don't apologize for asking questions. I'm here to answer questions. The same way that I'm like, what's going on here? You know. Some of you are like, what's happening? Who's this? What's going on here? I can relate to. I can relay information to you as I get it myself. Plus, I know a lot of people were like, I don't know, I'm on the fence about the game because of stuff that they've heard and just because of what they've seen with their own eyes comparing it to other Dragon Age games. Personally, from what I've seen, because I've watched a lot of Dragon Age stuff, but I don't know a lot of it outside of Inquisition because that's the only one that I played. It doesn't look like a Dragon Age game. Like, it does not, nothing about this gives me Dragon Age, honestly. The animations, the fighting mechanics, none of this gives Dragon Age. But I'm okay with that because I have like optimistic brain waves. I would look at Veilguard, if I were to compare it to a series, I would say Veilguard is the DMC of the Dragon Age series. Like Devil May Cry had a reboot DMC. I'm not saying, because DMC to me was trash. Cool mechanics, ass storyline. The storyline was horrible. The storyline on this isn't horrible. I'm still learning it, but what I'm learning so far, I am liking. I just think the difference from the other games is, it is drastic. Because I'm even like, you know, watching the cutscenes, because I'm like, something about Solus, like, I still like Solus. We have romanced him last game. But like, one of the things that I've seen myself, that it finally hit why Solus looks so like different to me outside of his, like, outside of how I'm used to seeing Solus. He has so much more emotion in his face, as in the animations when he speaks is way more theatrical than in the previous game. So that's why he almost kind of gives uncanny sometimes. Like when he was just talking and he was doing this like talk kind of at the side of his mouth. He's like, we're free. We've done X, Y, Z. And his mouth was moving like that. I'm like, that's what makes him look weird. I get it. The same way some other characters I've seen where I'm like, oh, they look nice. And then they'll say a certain thing and it's almost like, you know, those like TikTok memes of people being like, it is giving that like very animated emotion. So it's just how things are animated. So I would definitely say. Yeah, and that too, like I'm not saying I want it to stay the same. I would hate if I waited 10 years for a game and what came out was the exact same game that was out 10 years ago. I don't mean it I do not mean it like that at all. I hope you don't take it as that. But it's just one of those things, like it's very different by like all aspects so far from what I'm saying. And not different in a bad way. It's just different. But I really enjoy it. And I'm very much, you know, I'm a Devil May Cry girl through and through. So anything where I get to run around and dodge freely and swing and hack and slash in a way, like I'm set. Because I've been doing that for decades. I've trained my whole life to do this. What did he just say? I wasn't listening. But personally, I'm having a lot of fun. Optimization issues aside, definitely super playable. It's just streamable is where it's a little questionable. It is. This location. Oh, okay. Got any space. Ready with the butterfrees. Can I capture one and take it home with me and free it in my house? My house of hope. It's a moose. So many mirrors here. All that to finally do her mission. Let's go. I got you, girlie. Oh, I ate all of my not so delicious but not nasty bread. Sadness. Come on, Heidi.
If what happened at Demeter's crossing spreads, not much we can do to stop it.
Demeter's. Demeter's.
I wonder what
unlock
this
it.
is about.
Secret stash. I put it up. It'd be alright. I'm nice. I put things back.
Thea told me you were fearless. Threatening the demon of Virantium to his face certainly proves it.
You know, it's actually the opposite. I'm afraid of what you are.
I'm brutally honest. She didn't mention that part.
I've seen demons. I know how they can corrupt. I know it won't even be your fault if it happens. But I won't let someone else turn on my friends, no matter how scared I am.
Good. Keep your bow close.
He always stops like he's waiting for me to say something. I would if I could. Trust me. Trust me.
Better be ready.
I'm like, these look like baddies. Because they are. What's this rock doing up here?
Here we go.
Everything is in there. Our lives, our memories. It burns. Oh, it burns.
Hello?
Trapped. Can't get out. Oh, it hurts. It's dark. Please. They didn't know what to do. They didn't want to die. Stop the thoughts. Stop the fears.
Guess what was working today? What? Call of Duty.
I've seen spirits overwhelmed by bad emotion. Eventually, they turn.
Could this spirit sense the agony of the Dalish who recently died in the forest?
Yeah. Do that.
Help me.
Oh, I think there was some kind of something. I don't know if it was a lawsuit, but McDonald's has to fix their machines. Something with it that they have to get them fixed. They can't just let them not
Maybe
work.
if we found the people the spirit's talking about.
Allegedly,
that might
something
help.
like that. Don't quote me. Which is funny to be like, hey, you sell this thing and you don't get it
Another
fixed.
statue.
So
There's an elf
you
out
know,
there somewhere who really likes owls.
you have to get that fixed. You can't let that stay broke like this. Fix it. No. Right now. Oh. I was like, is that collectible gold? No, that's just the freaking foundation. Ooh. Do it. Ooh, Harding. Okay. Let's do it. Let's practice. Yay.
This should be perfect. It's wide open, lots of rocks, and away from people. I don't want to try anything where I could hit someone.
Oh, this sounds exciting.
I want to watch.
Come on.
Being able to move the terrain's going to be really useful for a scout.
Getting up high for good vantage.
Let's try it out for practice.
All right. See this rock? I'm gonna move it.
Do it. Okay, Earthbender.
Awkward.
Use words.
Maybe if you used words?
What? Tell the rock what to do?
Sort of.
The rock says it doesn't
It's
matter
not a
what you want to do.
dog.
Yeah, but just try it.
Fly! Ah, you are the worst. The worst!
I don't want to be mean. No.
So, a mental cue. Some kind of emotional trigger.
You're protecting someone?
Maybe you could think about how your abilities protect us.
Instinct. Protection. Shield myself. Shield others. If I had this magic before, I could have...
Let's go.
Could have protected the people who matter.
Oh, okay. Maybe too much. You want to talk about it? We already flirted with what's his face. I know that doesn't lock us in though. I don't know.
You can't blame yourself for everything. It'll destroy you.
Some thoughts just come. They leave their mark. Even when you push them away. I just have to concentrate on the people I can help. Either way, I think I'll need more practice with this. Don't you?
I wonder what's up there. Think you could find us a route?
Maybe. I'll take a look.
I bet you could move this to give us something to climb on.
Heard ya.
Well done.
You got it.
Let's find another rock for you to practice on.
Slippery slide.
The multitudes called out. Finding solace in each other.
What?
I don't know. I was just saying something, wasn't I? Just came to me.
I don't think I like this. Oh, I don't know about this one, Squidward. Yeah, Squidward.
Think you could clear a path for us?
You got it.
Look at that. You're getting good.
Whee. Wrong button. All right.
Want to try another one?
Why not?
There you go. Na, na, na.
Right. There you go.
Practice is really helping, huh?
I might even be ready for a bigger challenge now. Over here. So many rocks. And they feel different. That one's granite. That one's slate. I think that one might be quartz. I wonder if the rock's composition affects my magic. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. Let's get back to it. Practicing, I mean.
I'm just having fun with it.
Let's find a couple more.
Got it.
It's no trouble for you now.
I know. This is great.
I don't know how I grabbed the edge of that.
Leave it to me.
So can I hit that corner first?
You got the hang of this stone thing.
I'm definitely getting there.
What was that?
Who's moaning?
Someone's in trouble.
I'm coming.
Over here, Harding. We need to move quick.
Look at all these crystals.
Please, someone. Is anyone out there?
I'm
Someone's
coming.
in trouble. We need to go.
All right. I did get a yeah.
I can't move.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm here. Thank. Okay, wait.
I bet that's where he is.
Says wait to go loot. Enough. There we go. Do your thing.
How about if you move this rock? There he is. Let's hurry. Easy.
Maker, I thought I was dead for sure.
You all right? What happened?
How are you feeling? How's the leg?
Broken, I think.
Aw.
But I'm alive. And I'm grateful for that. The rocks. How did you do that?
Harding?
Do you hear that?
Hear what?
Hey, chill out.
Sister, I feel you, touched by the ancients as I was. Find me. Look to those closest to the stone, and find me.
Harding? What's wrong? What are you hearing?
I'm sorry. Let's just get our friend to safety, and then we'll talk. Ugh. Okay.
Not the two smallest people having to carry him. I'm weak. Absolute is crazy. You what, Harding? You what? Oh no. I gotta keep an eye on her. Where were you, baby daddy? Where were you? I needed you. His eye contact is insane. You're doing right looking at the girl. Looking at the ground. Let me leave. Let me get out of here, bro. Honestly. Honestly. You know, I'm not saying nothing. I have nothing to add to that. This is gonna be so funny.
You cannot help but flinch whenever I use my skills. You think, this time he's definitely gone full demon.
It's not personal.
If you're watching me in battle, you leave yourself open to our actual enemies.
The power of the demon-possessed assassin should make up for how twitchy everyone else gets, right?
Send help! It's already started. Someone free me from these chains. This cannot be how we live life. We've come so far from breaking free.
Let's see if we can figure this out.
You know. Great Scott.
I've been hearing weird things. When did the troubles begin?
Recently, around the time Solus's ritual went wrong.
Like, was it down here? Yeah. Slurping is diabolical move. Oh my goodness. It's okay, I'll coddle him. Come here, little candies. We can be small together. Don't worry. You may be small to others, you're big to me, and that's all that matters. Yeah. Yeah. I want to kiki with everybody
You've been on this
else.
contract from the beginning, right?
I guess so.
What's your assessment of the targets?
Honestly, anybody the Venatori get excited about is trouble.
Hold on, I think I can. Okay. Craze is you and Moo. I love you guys so much. Oh, I can actually come walk around here. It's not just a block of invisibility. Is there a crate I have not opened? Oh, it's a baddie. Is it above me? It's probably above me. Put my hands in the air. I waved them like I just don't care. Oh wait, it's a bunch of thick dudes. Hold on. Ooh. We got it. No thickness over here.
Since when did the Antom fight alongside undead?
No principles are sacred when gods demand a quick conquest.
He'd be easy to pick up and set on a counter if you're taller than him. Imagine him and Tash. I can't wait. Tash, look, honestly, everybody in the game, I just can't wait to meet them all. I'm just so excited. But, you know, I just want to stand next to them, to be honest, you know? I just want to be in the same room as them, to be honest. Ugh, I can open it from the back. That's what's up. I didn't know that. Alright, when we first started, there was a safe place. A spirit to join the cause to find this place. lesson. A requirement. This reminds me of that play. Ooh. What doing? Why is the room on fire? I did it. What's this? Oh, potion. Didn't even notice his accent at first. Oh, you didn't? How? That was the first thing I was like, oh, okay. Clocked. Expeditiously. Ugh, that's a moldy fabric. Disgusting. Where to next? Anything else that, yeah, anything else that needs me in the crossroads? I'll do a couple more of these while I'm hither. Oh, it's a lot. Or car. I don't think that's too far. Right? Don't lie to me. It takes over. Oh, that's okay. That's not far from a teleport. Let's see. Golly, gee, Willikers, Batman. All right. I think if we come here. I drop a pin. I guess the answer is no. Am I crazy? Can I not drop a pin? All right. Maybe this one's closer right here. And then we'll travel up. Yee. Yee, straight ahead. I kind of wish there was a horse to see how I would look on a mount. I'm coming. Give me a second. Whatever said that sounded big. My leg. He's got a blicky. Ooh, he's a flamethrower. No, I'm about to eviscerate, bro. Better get off of me. Not you killing them before I can. Oh my god. Stop being better than me. Ew. You're showing me out. Ignore.
You've been on this contract from the beginning, right?
I guess so.
What's your assessment of the targets?
Honestly,
I'll have
anybody
to
the
go fight
Venatori
stuff
get
for that
excited
one.
about
Okay.
is trouble.
That's the truth.
Where would that be, though? Have I not? not gone that way? I can't go this way. Maybe if I look hard enough, I'll find them.
See that, bad guys?
Snipers!
Yee. Jump down! Jump down! I thought I knocked that bridge down, or ladder down. I guess I did not. Maybe I got distracted when I got over here. That doesn't happen often. Oh, this is where I just was. What the? Yeah, I just didn't go that way. I didn't because I can't. We've been up there, right? Getting to these sources of corruption seems to be my downfall. Ooh, those look nice. Alright, maybe we'll poke at that one a little bit later. I'm gonna transition to another before I get too distracted. Well, there is one over here. That one should be easy. Maybe I have to do this one first and then I can do the next one. Mayhaps. Oh, that's the one beneath. Oh, but I can't get down. I see. All possible ways in are blocked. Open from the other side. Stinky. Yeah, same with that one. Okay.
The path can be breached. Bring what the gods have hidden.
Bring what the gods have hidden. Yeah. Alright. I'll tackle that one a little later. Let's try a warden's best friend. Hee hee hee. Land me that, please. Let's go, girlfriend. you imagine party limit mod with this? Take me. Take me. New area, mayhaps. Ooh, it's snowy.
That cold.
New area.
I felt it the moment the boat docked.
Even Spite felt the chill. I did not know he could.
Ah, so it's super cold here. Okay. My type of area. I can bust a cactus open?
Darkspawn, let's clear them out.
Hi. Alright, he's juggling me. He's trying to juggle me. He stinks.
Stay in cover.
Throw another one, you stinky.
It's the Darkspawner here. The blight on this island must be running wild.
Then we'll just have to deal with it.
Did I see more leg? No. Yeah. Whenever I finally do sit down and start crafting stuff, it's gonna be crazy how much I actually have. These ones are so pretty. Oh, it's just me and her? Hi, Burby. It is. I thought I was gonna have to. We got it.
Wardens Evka and Antoine answered our letter.
Mm.
They're willing to talk.
A juicy cutscene.
Where the first warden won't notice. But if they don't listen.
Your distraction worked. Could have said it when we were farther away.
Désolé, I didn't say it was a good plan.
How cute!
Ah, you made it! Harding, we meet again.
Antoine, Evka, you look well.
And you must be Rook. Heard some colorful things about you.
Thanks for showing up.
I know, but you showed up anyway.
Well, your letter was desperate.
Harding?
What? Aren't we desperate?
Let's hear what you've got to say.
The elven gods are changing the blight. Darkspawn too.
Why does he look like
There
a
was
cartoonized
village,
V with
Demeter's
red hair and
Crossing.
French
They
with an elf
overran it
ears?
with the blight in a snap. We saw the aftermath.
Whatever they're planning, it's bad. And if it involves the blight, we need Warden help.
A change. Manipulation. That could explain.
I think it's the lips
But-
and the nose, maybe.
You
The eyes,
believe me?
too. I don't know.
That the elven gods are here, and it's a lot to accept. But we've been looking into
Nah, it's the
oddities
eyes,
of the blight
eyebrows.
ourselves. It's altered. I can feel it. And your story.
A lot lines up.
My bad. That's the wrong button. I'm sorry. Ew, stop. I only hit it once. Fight me. Okay, sorry. I meant to say. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to trigger you, Verby. Verby's like, if I hear that again, I'm gonna scream. Me apologies. Gotta see. Okie dokie, Verby. We've been on our absolute best behavior and literally nothing crazy has happened all day.
Whatever you've heard from the first warden, we're trying to help.
Yeah, we're getting that.
If the first warden believes that village was an aberration,
Or that it did not happen as you say.
We're not exactly the First Warden's favorites. Your word and our theories won't win the whole order.
So what do we do?
If the Darkspawn are changing, Davrin might help. Even among Wardens, he's known as a monster
can't see it. I don't know what it says.
He got pulled on a mission. Not sure what, but it's farther into the mountains. We can get you a rough location.
I married someone with good advice. You find Davrin, and we'll keep after the Blight.
You'll be able to fit in them trust. Worry not, Verby. Yes.
Thank you, both of you.
You can thank us if this works out.
Travel safely. We'll be in touch.
Right, more boba for the corset? I don't see a problem.
Well, I'd say we found the camp.
Yeah, Verby, Lucanus has been flirting with Rook
did
so
some
heavy.
Darkspawn, looks like.
The fire's still going.
Were they ambushed?
Her little outfit's just growing on me. I'm kind of liking it. It's a bit of a mood. Look up! Look at him!
Easy, boy.
And there was a griffin! Look at the griffin!
Look at him.
I'll be damned. A griffin.
Trouble is, he's not sure what you are. Neither am I.
Rook. Evka and Antoine sent us. We're looking for Davrin.
You found him. Mind telling me why you smell like Darkspawn? Griffins hunt Darkspawn.
His voice! Trying to hold it in, Great Scott! Talk more, please! Marina! Immediately!
You've got bigger problems than us. We found blight on the tent.
What? Where are Lancet and Remy?
The camp was empty when we got here.
Hassan, to the trees!
Hassan,
we can help.
Try to keep up.
Oh, I'll be right behind you. Trust.
He's caught a scent. Follow the squawks.
I thought griffins were extinct.
They want the world to think It's why we're training in the middle of nowhere.
He's so tiny.
Hassan, don't get too far ahead.
Oh, the perfect height.
That
The
kind
perfect
of
height.
sounded like a no.
The
If he
perfect
even
height.
listens,
Come here.
has a mind of his own.
We can just talk, chill, listen. Harding, go look at that cactus. I think you can move it with your powers. My bad. What? Come, let's go investigate.
He's
Look at little
spotted
griffin! He's so pretty. What doing?
Hang out with Sabi too much. What doing?
Dead Darkspawn. These are part of the training.
Hassan was half right.
There's no time for half wrong. Hassan, we're looking for live Darkspawn.
He understands?
Not sure he understands anything but dinner. Keep on it,
Honestly.
Hassan. They're around here somewhere.
Mouth all kinds of open. My bad. I'm cramping out. Ow, my side. Why am I the only person? I can do some diabolical saves and some fights, but don't ever ask me to try to jump a freaking gap. Don't ever ask me to jump a gap. It's a wrap. I can't. I'm never making it. Oh my gosh. Right, throw us like how Chris throws Sheva.
Griffins have been training for this sort of thing. Let's see if Hassan was paying attention.
Oh my gosh. You got that, you got, I can't even talk. You got that Wesker, you got that Craig Bernatowski kind of rumble going on deep down in the bottom of that voice there, sir. Diabolical. Okay. Rolled around and found some goodies. Hit it. My bad. Hit it.
Hassan, hit that.
Oh, he's a birdie man.
You teach him that?
No, Lancet and Remy did. They're the Griffin Whisperers.
Savi, he's a birdie man.
Veilguard. Griffins are the Warden's greatest legacy. Someone has to protect them.
Sit down, Belly. Eat the goodies. You're so cooked. I know you're 100% romancing Davrin, 100%. 100%.
Let's get in there.
I hate fighting Darkspawn. Something in me just recoils from them.
Right job for professionals.
Go in there, fight him. Show me some. Show me what you got. Okay. Okay. Hold on, swing high, swing low. Did I just get buffed? Ooh.
Where are you?
Oh, right here. I'm looking. I hear someone struggling.
Remy, where are you hurt?
I'm like, she's bleeding.
A monster came out of nowhere. Darkspawn were following it. Lancet ran ahead.
It's back?
Davrin, remember. A light touch. Hassan's still learning.
You're the trainer.
Not anymore.
We have to keep going. Let's get through here. Those two statues are the spare key. Line up the symbols.
What did you mean by it's back?
Something's stalking Grey Wardens.
Oh, I
call it the Gloom Howler. I'm hunting it. Started happening 7, 8 months ago. Darkspawn obey it. There's some kind of hold over them. Hassan, on me! No time for hide and seek, Hassan. This is real.
Hassan, is that Elvin?
It's Elvin for Arrow. Elby grows into it.
Oh, so cute. Just a little baby.
More Darkspawn here.
Lancet's trying to stop the Gloom Howler. It's going after the other Griffins.
There are other Griffins?
Whole family. Hassan's brothers and sister.
The bridge is out.
There's more
This place is
babies.
falling apart. There's a ladder up there. That's our way through this. Good job.
Okay, we made it that time.
Watch out, Rook! Darkspawn!
Make this quick. We have to get through here. Hassan can help with the fight.
Oh, he's trying to, quick, what is it, no scope me.
Watch out, one more to go. Big one!
I see it.
Oh, I'm like, what big one? Right there. What the heck are you? Show me what you got.
We're bonding.
What was that?
It's coming from the area. There's an elevator we can use to get up there.
What do you mean by that?
Never seen Darkspawn this bold. Unless there's a blight.
There's a blight.
The wardens told you this?
I told them. But your first warden doesn't want our help.
He's a stubborn one.
Well.
Why does the Gloomhowler want the Griffins?
The real question's how it knows about them. Up until now, it only went after wardens. Now it shows up here with a rabble of Darkspawn? These Griffins are a secret.
Stop blinking! Okay, there we go. Hee hee. I just needed a moment. That is all. We are done. Not the awkward elevator ride up to the top. And the Discord. I love that, the Discord. We're gonna call it that from here on out. Whee!
Hi.
Keep moving. The area's not far.
Get obliterated. Yes, sir.
That was the last one.
Pop that pimple.
Lance, I want this thing's head on a pike.
We're here.
Is that?
Made the Gloomhowler.
Gloomhowler. Ew, the big pimples.
Exploding Darkspawn? What is this?
Like I said, this
Tail.
blight's different. Everything's wrong.
I can hear the other Griffins. Let's get in there.
Oh no, the babies! How do I free them?
More Griffins. We have to get them out of there.
Can't. Some kind of blood magic on these locks.
Well, then someone's gotta learn some blood magic to free them.
I couldn't dodge. I couldn't dodge.
Heads up.
Oh, okay.
Mean looking.
That looks like some big loot right there. I must have cold wire it. Frenzied ogre, where? Hello? Oh. I could have finished them. It would have looked so cool.
Yell all you want. You're not taking these griffins.
E. Ooh. Blight killer? That looks sick. I want him to hold it so I can look at it. I beg you, pull it out right now. It's on his hip. Look at the tip is on fire. Oh, that's sick. Wait, he looks so cool. Wait. Wait. What is this angle? I mean, I'm not mad at it. If we can look at it. I'll stay on the picture. I look kind of cool too. Not really. Look at it. Has the sword. No, that's not what I said. I just said, don't twist my words and shove them back down my throat.
They're up there. Stormwind, I'll be back for you.
No. The little babies.
Don't worry.
This one's so cute.
We'll get you out.
Beak Tooth is so cute. I want one. I want a little griffin pet. This is perfect. We're the same color. I even have wings on my outfit too.
We must free them. Oh.
You nasty sack of infection.
Their blood is mine.
No, it's not.
So it can talk.
I'll spill mine before that happens.
And
decapitate.
I'll collect, Warden, on both of you.
So you're just gonna ignore Harding? That's crazy.
Let them go.
Leave these animals alone. They aren't yours.
They've always belonged to
That's
me.
not hard enough.
Let them go, you foul creature.
I need. What's this?
Mortal threats are a dull blade.
There are only 13 griffins alive in Thetis. That monster just took 12 of them.
What if we could help get them back?
I'd ask, what's the catch?
I need a monster hunter. For the Blight to end all blights.
The first warden agreed to this?
When I find that infected, disgusting, nasty, ugly, trifling pile of gushy bones, I'm destroying it, bone by bone, joint by joint. Trust, I'm pulling it apart like the wishbone that it is. Believe it. Just got quiet till you looked over. They took the babies. Yeah, they took them. Nasty, stinky roach. Roach.
He'd rather arrest us.
If you're lucky. He doesn't take kindly to being crossed. That takes some nerve.
He'll
First
arrest us.
warden's fighting the wrong war.
Well, you did save Hassan back there, so you're no lightweight. And if you can help get the other griffins back.
He likes the idea.
He's hoping you brought food. All right. Come on, Hassan. Let's get to know our new friends.
Let's. Damn, I just had to go flirt with Laconis. He's a really cute little birdie.
cute little griffin. He's so cute. I want to pet the little griffin.
So this is where you live, huh? In the Fade?
Yeah, it's cozy. And the gods can't find us here.
Right. Never going to get used to that.
We'll find you and Hassan a nice...
What happened?
What's wrong?
Everything's wrong. Treviso and Minrathis are both under attack.
Blighted dragons. 2 of them. 1 for each city.
Damn it! So the dragon at Demeter's Crossing wasn't the only one.
You got back just in time.
Ah, tits. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm like, we're finally not trauma stuff happening. We can breathe. No, I can't go swoon over our new boyfriends. Why? You can stay here for a second. I need to have a talk with these two real quick. What do we know?
All right, what do we know?
2 dragons at once has to be the gods behind it.
Treviso's a merchant city. It has no defenses, and the canals run everywhere. If we don't stop that dragon, people will die. Innocent people. My people. They either die right away from the dragon, or slowly after, from blight in the water. We need to go to Treviso.
And leave Minrathis to burn?
Nev.
The Shadow Dragons will fight, right to the end of it. But we're the only ones keeping the Venatori in check. And if we fail,
please.
The Venatori will take advantage. They'll make a push for the throne. And hand the gods the entire Tevinter Empire.
I want to eat her hat. I thought you were gonna say you want to eat her. That's fair. It's like a chocolate wafer. I can see that. She's next.
Is there any chance that we can hit...
Damn it! There's no time! I need to go home. I need to be in Minrathis.
And I must go to Treviso. Go where you feel you must, Rook. We cannot wait.
What's our move, Rook?
No! I can't make this kind of decision! I like Nev. She's really cool. But I'm also trying to romance Lucanus. Nat 20, we help Lucanus. Nat 1, we help Nev. Have a coin. No, I will find, because this is something I think I will 100% play again. I will live whatever consequence from my actions on this playthrough, so that when I come back and play it again next time, I will do something different. I'll take my coin and let it decide my fate. Wait, I didn't do it right. I need more space. 20, we go for Lucanus. Nat 1, we go for Nev. I'm so scared. I think I'm on. So you guys see that I'm not doing any funny shenanigans. It's a natural 20. Help Lucanus and the crows protect those white dragon result in she's gonna be disappointed, but I have to go with him.
We help Lucanus and Treviso. We have to trust that the Shadow Dragons can take care of things in Minrathous.
That said, 2 of you should join Nev there. See if you can help.
And we'll head to Treviso.
Understood.
Let's all try to make it through this alive, alright?
I just sent. Hey, Sabi, shut up. But it. If I don't bring Harding with me, she's gonna go with Nev. If I bring Harding with me, she's gonna be with me. I'm so scared. Outside? Perfect time for a little breather. Peach has to go outside. I'm literally not skateboarding. She's literally right here. I just broke my nail. I love that for me. I'm gonna let her out to tinkle, and we'll come back and we'll build our team. So here's some music. I'll BRB. Talk about my decisions while I'm gone. Okay. I'm back. Great Scott. All right. Yeah, that's the end of Logic's Obediently Yours. Yeah. You know. You're welcome. Wait, is what happened? Okay, let me see. I missed a lot. Wait, get their trust but lose the other ones. Ah, okay. Imagine those decisions in the first game affecting the next three. Yeah. Yeah, you play the first Dragon Age and you make a small decision that you think is small, and then you play Dragon Age 2 and that decision carried over, and then you play Dragon Age 3 and then that decision carried over, and you just like, oh, okay. That's wild. Yeah. Okay, Lucanus and I'm so scared. Do we bring I mean, I feel like my health has been okay. So I think I'll do him. Yeah. Yeah. We'll just be us two. It's probably for the best. Right. Like, I'm gonna do this. Are you sure about that, Squidward? I guess I am. Oh, no.
Listen, the dragon! The Antam brought it here somehow.
They're fighting Cross and saying the
Ooh,
dragon will break our
Hey,
meaningless
you're kind of
resistance.
cute.
Bastards!
What was that Dorian's mustache? I'm like, hello.
It's worse than I thought.
Ooh, turbo boost.
How do we fight this?
Let's find your crow friend. Please. Someone has to stop it.
So big. Where'd it go? Ah! Oh. I thought it's fine. Okay. I thought I was breaking the wood. Dang, she won't be in Dragon Age. So your speech is irrelevant. Bend them cheeks over. I'm going in. Who's talking? The fries at the tub.
We have to kill that dragon. Treviso can't take much more.
Look, over here. It's Taya from the Crows.
Oh no, who's that?
Rook, you're just in time. Where the dragon attacks, the Antam soon follow.
It is strong and fast. You must get its attention, then lure it onto the ground.
We'll figure out a way.
Drop your courage. We will need it.
He is gorgeous. In a Zoe Saldana wake, gorgeous. Absolutely. Oh, not the things can hit us. Hello. Our first dragon fight.
Despair. Ignorance.
Mortal confusion. Yet this city offers nothing better than a pawn of the Dread Wolf.
Gillenane.
Your hatred could not stand against
What am
us
I
ages
looking
past.
at?
He will not help you now.
You
us the Dread Wolf's dagger.
I'll shove it right down one of your.
Retrieve the knife and whatever else remains of these mortals.
Ew, what's up with the dragon? Why is it bumpy? What up, Stage Draw? Welcome into the mix. Hey, how the heck are you? Oh, wait, now I'm on now. Oh my great Scott! Wait! Yeah! Hello? I was behind the wall. You liar. Are you guys good? Ah, crap, he doesn't have anything. It's out of range, of course it is. Well, I need you to slap it. I can't see. Oh, I'm about to get folded. This is so much. I need a barrel. Did I not inhale it? Oh, I'm dead. Woo! Chill. Get in there. Get in there. Okay, on its heart. What you got? 100%. Slap that on it. Yeah. 3-piece combo. There you go. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the bitty serenity. No, not you running. Wait, come. Never mind. I said come back. I don't know. Hey, you shut up, whatever you are. I need a spectator. I need some more green jars. Any more green jars?
That was a close one.
Oh my gosh. The dragon almost ate my cheeks.
You fought it off.
If Gillenane hadn't called it away.
My gosh.
It's more important that it stopped attacking the city.
Everyone with a home that still stands will agree.
That thing was tough. It'll be hard to put down for good.
What happened
Said this is when I would have been mad that I had it on normal. You're right.
Shh. I cannot imagine how much worse.
Still have to help with that dragon in Minrathous.
Let's go.
Wow. Ugh. Oh no.
We're here. What's the situation?
Look around. I don't know where to start. Treviso's all right. Lucanus?
We stopped the worst of it, even if we couldn't kill the dragon.
The Venatori had a clear shot at the palace while we faced a dragon we could barely hurt. The Viper drew it away from a safe house and took a claw to the gut as thanks. A healer could fix the wound, but the blight's already in him.
I know of magic that may slow the corruption. That'll give me some time.
This is all you. The risen gods, the blight, the dragon. Now the city's lost to the Venatori.
Rook isn't to blame. It is what it is.
Tension's a little high. You should go for now. I need to be here a while. See to things.
That's wild. That's wild. I know. But Matt Mercer. I said Lucanus' bond better been increased. I did that for you, sir.
Lighted dragons. Darkspawn obeying the Venatori. Maybe Solus will know something.
Oh, we gotta go talk to Solus. I'm gonna go talk to these two first before I do that. And then probably level myself up, because I haven't looked at a level up in about 10 levels. I won't even hold you. I have been neglecting the heck out of it. Where is Davrin? Bro, just floating the abyss? Where are you? Up here? Ah, you are.
What? You're hungry? I found
Probably
a yam in the
doubt it.
kitchen. Stubborn just means you'll starve.
Trouble settling in?
Doing the best I can. My job was to keep the griffins safe, not fix their dinner.
I meant Asan.
Oh. I guess we're both adjusting.
Don't be mean to him. Let's talk.
What's the history between Grey Wardens and Griffins?
Back in the day, Grey Wardens raised them as aerial cavalry. When a blight got going, Wardens rode them into battle. Eventually, war took its toll. They died out.
Oh my gosh, look at his little curls. Oh, I love it. Okay, that looks really nice. The profile looks a little fuzzy. I like that. Okay. Okay, come through, texture. Next question.
Then where did Asan and the others come from?
Way I heard it, someone found a journal a few years back that mentioned a secret clutch of eggs. They'd been hidden for centuries, protected by a ward. Started hatching and out came 13 talkative griffins. Now, down to just one.
Well, a confused griffin should fit right in around here.
Appreciate it. There's no training manual for them anymore.
I guess we'll figure it out together.
Griffins don't trust easily. Lancet and Remy had to work to win them over. They said a warden and a griffin have to move as one. Think as one. They call it Turlum. Sort of unity. But now, they're both dead.
Why'd the gloom
I want
Howler
to touch his
attack the
eyebrow
area?
hair. It looks so smooth.
I intend to find out. First it stalks wardens. Now it's after the griffins.
They deserve better.
Doesn't seem right that they'd go extinct twice.
Not if I have anything to say about it. You sure you'll have time to help? You've got a lot on your plate. Elgernon and Gillenane. Hard to believe.
Our very own elven gods are ending the world.
That'll endear us to the rest of Thetis. But I have
It's
to
so
say,
thick.
killing a monster is one thing. Taking down the goddess of all monsters and the god of vengeance while you're at it?
I'm not blind. It keeps me awake at night.
Just making sure you know what you're in for.
We're all in for it.
Well, I've been in a staring contest with death most of my life. Haven't blinked yet.
Little floppy ears. You're so cute. Stop it.
I told you. It's yams or nothing.
Or maybe you need a new menu.
Oh, you with your baby. Oh. Bro, I'm weak. I think this is a nice shot. We'll keep Rook's ass out of it though. Hold on. Should come this way. Up a little bit. Yeah. He's posing for us. Stop. Sheesh. Okay, can we go this way? Can you smize at the camera, sir? Just a little bit. Just a little smize action. Yes. 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 Gnawing at the bars of my enclosure. Oh, trust. These are getting uploaded and added. Uploaded to the Discord and then added to and those beaks, they are. Can I pet him? Can I pet the little baby? Oh, I can't. I can stand next to the baby. Don't step on his tail. Yee. Oh, look at that little baby. It's so cute. I'm gonna combust. Okay. Hi, Moods. Welcome on in. I'll leave you two to it. How cute. Oh, he has a nice little bed situation. Okay. He just a man and his bird lion. What are griffins combined with? Bird and a feline, right? Like a yeah. Some bird thing and a feline thingy. Happy Friday. Yes, let's go talk to Harding. Oh yeah, I gotta check up on her because what was going on earlier? Ma'am? Hello? Are you good? Why are you just standing there?
You've been quiet.
I know. Just thinking. But I said we'd talk, didn't I? I heard a voice after we saved that man. It told me I was touched by the ancients and that I should seek it out. Seek her out.
I don't know. I'm kind of getting a weird feeling about this now. A part of me is like, nothing is ever like, we're gonna help you. There's always a catch. There's always a cost. And I don't know that I'm willing to pay that cost. So, feels a little suspicious. Oh no. Oh no, there's no scum save button. Ah! Why have I been spoiled by the Baldur's gods? All right. Chewing the heck out my lip.
Do you think this voice has answers about your magic?
She must. What if she's like me? Maybe that's why only I heard her. She said to look to those closest to the stone to locate her.
Meaning?
The children of the stone. Dwarves. Not surfacers like me, but the ones from the deep roads. Almost 10 years ago, a Shaper from Orzammar bonded with a Titan.
Titans, ancients. You think it's related?
It would make sense, wouldn't it? Volta, that was the Shaper's name. Maybe there are more like her down there.
Mm. Furby Nor.
I'd like for you to get the answers you're looking for.
Me too. I know some people in Orzammar. I'll reach out. If I hear anything, you'll be the first to know.
I think another part of it too kind of is like the tiny sliver that it could be something like change, like altering, but not ending. I'm hoping it can be something like that. We'll see. I gotta talk to you. I think I got some more stuff. I've been doing a lot of collecting. Arnar. I can do Davern. All right, let's look at them. Don't laugh at how many I have. All right, we got a little engrossed in the story and forgot about them for a minute. Okay, bear with us. There's plenty to go around. Honestly, let's get all these. You know. Ooh, give me that, give me that, give me that. Yes. Yes, how much do I need? Yes. What does it look like? Show me. Ah, and it's purple. Let's go. I didn't upgrade any of my arrows. It's fine. I don't even need them like that anyway. I gotta look at my outfit too. I know I have better stuff. 54 defense, 29. What does it look like? What is this? Or nor? First of all, because my graphics are a little stinky. No. That's not the vibe. That's clean. Hate the colors. I need to dye some of this stuff. Maybe I'll stick with what I had. For now, anyway. Not everyone getting some sleep. Okie dokie, Serenity. Thanks for hanging out with us. You take care. Have a good one. Not at 9:35. Great Scott. Time flies when you're having fun. I'll do that one and that's still the better one for now. We changed time this weekend. We fall back. That's gonna be so awful on Monday. Oh my gosh. I don't know why I thought it was closer to Thanksgiving. Sheesh. Yeah, at least we get more seats. Y'all know I'll need that. I'll always need more seats. Ah, new outfit. This is cute. It matches the color of the thing she's wearing. Eee. Have any more shields? No outfits for you yet. I'm trying to give him some stuff. That's cool. To play some late night DVD, especially, well, not at all on Monday. I gotta be up at like 4 in the morning. But Tuesday, mayhaps, indubitably. Indubitably. He's slim. He's a little slim Jim. I kind of miss his little snooty boots though. This is better for him. I'm so sad that she hates me now. Mommy, sorry, mommy. All right, we go this way. Oh, you don't have two? I have not done much with you. I apologize. I think I'm gonna do that and then that. Then you're gonna be with me a lot, sir. Trust. Oh, that's OPAF, but all right. It'll be healing that cry. Right, next. Alrighty. You can have. You have 6 points. I can give you like one of everything. Make you a little well-rounded. Very attack focused, you know. Now you, on the other hand. Thank you. All right. The next one. Critical damage. I think I do use this a lot though. Go for that. Open up that bridge. And you. That's nice. Ah. I'll slap that on there because that seems pretty cool. And then. Can I get a refund? Hi, Boomsy. Welcome on in. I absolutely love it. It's a lot of fun. I've talked about it a little bit. I understand people having mixed reviews about it, but I feel like it's one of those things where the fighting style is different than I'm assuming most I've only played one other Dragon Age game, so like I can't speak for them all. But I prefer this kind of fighting style more than the other that I've played. So I love this. This is like playing Devil May Cry for me. It's not like not really hack and slash, but really close to it, kind of. So it's actually okay. No, it's not hack and slash, but it Devil May Cry 5. Similar vibes, plays similarly. I can just chain my combos, and then you still have like pull up the menu of your friends and use their moves. I really like that. It's a good blend. It meshes really well together. The story is pretty good so far. I am enjoying it. Yeah, I really don't have anything bad to say other than I need it to be optimized because for some reason it runs like ass on my computer when it comes to streaming. If I'm not streaming it, I can play it at ultra everything. It's fine. If I'm streaming it, I got to turn the frames down to non-existent for some reason. So maybe my computer not liking it too much, but that's my only negative thing I have to say about it so far. But I really, really like it. It's a lot of fun. And yeah, you can watch the gameplay and you can see for yourself. I can definitely see it being treated, which I've compared it to this a lot because Devil May Cry was my like baby, but I can see it being something somebody's like, ew, this is garbage because it's so different from the other games. But in my opinion, different doesn't always mean like bad. If I look at it, doesn't always mean bad. You want to SDCC and you met the characters' voice actors? Oh, you went to SDCC and you met the characters' voice actors for this new one or for like from some older games? From the new one, that's freaking dope. From the old one, that's also freaking dope. For this one, that's awesome. Did you have fun? Did you enjoy yourself? Shock damage. Yes. I don't want to wear a headpiece. I like my face. Def get in the game because you can romantic. Yes, we already have a romantical person that we're trying to get really romantical with. I'll let you see him. He's a little cutie pie. I like him a lot. I like how he looks at my character. The way he looks at Rook. I already know. Look at him. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. There is no way someone's gonna sit here and tell me. You're not gonna sit here and tell me this man is not looking at her with all kinds of conviction in his eyes. Look at this. Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Somebody come look at this. Look at him. Boy. That's our boyfriend that lives in a pantry. He lives in here because he's a snack like the food that he's around. Come on now. Don't do him like that.
You know, we have more comfortable rooms and basically infinite space, so why
Why does the trained assassin prefer a quiet, unassuming spot with good choke points?
Guess you just answered that question.
Besides, I'm closer to the coffee.
He's literally tripped. Let me go get some fries or something. Why do I always pick my husband in video games? Because I love him. He's not listening to me. It's fine. Don't break the green screen. Now, me putting the fries in the air fryer, and what are you doing? Hello, ma'am? Hello? What did I just come back to? Hello? Look at the tension in their eyes. Not me putting french fries in the air fryer, and I never turned them hoes on. They're in there just raw and cold. Enough. This is what the wall is for. Hmm. I mean, yeah, though. Is somebody coming in here? No. I can't wait to see romance scenes. I can't wait. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited. And now we're gonna go talk to our used to be boyfriend. We broke up. We didn't. I still have feelings for him, but he's just not. I can't love him the way that my alter ego loved him. It's just not the same, you know. Oop, let me save. When was the last time I did that? Wee. Time to meditate.
When last we spoke, you intended to assault the cruel and the corrupt, in hopes of finding servants of Elganan and Gillenane. Has your search been successful?
You could say that. It looks like both the Venatori and the Antam are working for Elganan and
she's so pretty.
Gillenane.
Unsurprising. The Venatori want magical secrets, and the Antam want to destroy anyone opposing their brutal expansion. Both will readily bow to anyone who promises them power.
And they're using that power to hurt a lot of people. The Antam and the Venatori both have dragons doing their bidding.
Dragons? That is worse than I had feared.
Yeah. We drove off the one the Antam brought to Javiso. Barely.
Have you determined how the dragons are being directed? If it is blood magic, it may be possible to disrupt their control.
The dragons were blighted. We think that's what let the gods control them.
The Blight. Of course.
The Blight seems to be the gods' favored tool right now. We ran into Venatori who could control Darkspawn.
Elganan would not bestow such power unless the Darkspawn were to serve as the main force of his army. And I suspect Gillenane will see the Darkspawn as new subjects for her modifications.
We've already run into a few Darkspawn nobody has seen before. That's in addition to the blighted dragons.
That is the fate Elganan and Gillenane planned for this world then. Corruption and blighted slavery.
Knock that shit off. It's crazy. I think we can kind of. I think I enjoyed slinging my schlong at Solus as he slings his back because realistically, I think he enjoys it. So I'll be a little sarcastic.
Right.
Sword fight.
Everyone should be free and uncorrupted when your demons and raw magic kill them.
Do you truly believe my goal was to destroy this world?
I believe your goal, like you said, was to transfer the gods to a better prison. The one you're stuck in now. And you were willing to tear down the Veil and destroy this world while you did so.
The Veil is a wound I cut into the Fade in a moment of desperation, while making their prison. It should not exist. I had a host of spirits ready to help when the Veil fell. They would have minimized the loss of life.
We thought you were just bringing the Veil down to destroy everything. If we'd known...
Thousands would still have perished. Varric would never have agreed to such a plan.
Why would you agree to it?
The world is broken because of my past choices. It falls to me to heal it, even if that healing comes with a cost.
Spoken like a god.
I am not a god. I am as I have always been. A man. All too aware of his failings. But equally aware that if he did not act, accepting the judgment it would bring, all would be lost. They call me the Dread Wolf. What will they call you when this is over?
Golly. I'll worry about that later.
I've got enough problems right now as it is. That's one for future Rook to deal with.
Pragmatism. You will focus on the present, knowing that someday you will face the consequences of your choices. I believe I can work with that. If the gods are using dragons, you will wish to find someone trained to fight them. Have you unlocked the Lighthouse Illuvian?
Yes, we found the crossroads. It's still confusing, though.
I cannot help you from in here. You may need to find an expert in the magic of the Fade. And if the Darkspawn are to be Elganon's army, you will need Grey Wardens to fight them.
I've got a few of them. Their leaders don't trust me right now, though.
I have faith in you, Rook.
That's still a W
You seem to have a
wallpaper.
knack for gaining the cooperation of your adversaries.
I'll take it. We didn't yell at each other as much as I thought we would. Oh.
So this elven god thinks we need a dragon hunter and a Fade expert.
He's right, about the dragon hunter at least. The shadow dragons did all they could. The dragon was just too much. The moment the dust settled, the Venatori rushed in. Guess they knew it was coming. Nev's staying for now. She said she'll be back soon. But at least you took care of yours.
We heard it, but didn't kill it. The dragon flew off before we could put it down.
Treviso could have used a dragon hunter. That much is true.
Yeah.
Don't remind me. Fewer people injured, and we wouldn't have to worry about it coming back.
We should not forget the second dragon in Minrathos. We ought to see what we can do to help. However, there is no telling how long Nev will be helping the Shadow Dragons with the aftermath.
Hey, let's not get stuck in our regrets, all right?
Hang on a minute. Not only have you retained the services of a demon assassin, you're also taking advice from the elven god who attempted to tear down the veil.
Spite is my problem.
That's what they always say. Rook, Lucanus is one thing, but do you really trust this Solus?
I mean, trust is a strong word. Trust is kind of a strong word, but what he has told us has not really led us astray as of yet. I kind of do.
He's been right about a lot of things. He knows how Elgernon and Gillenane work. We need him.
As long as you're sure.
So a Fade expert and a dragon hunter. I'll ask around about dragon hunters and see what turns up. Come talk to me in a bit.
And I've been corresponding with someone about the lighthouse's reverberative oscillations and the resulting dimensional peculiarities. Oh, sorry, not relevant. I'll get a message through to a Fade expert immediately.
See, Rook? Nothing to worry about.
All right, we all know what to do. Let's get going.
You know what she reminds me of? I can't think of the actress's name, but she plays the really cute girl on Guardians of the Galaxy with the little antennas. The way she talks, like her voice sounds a lot like her. I adore her. She's so cute. I love you. Hello? I was like, why did I stop running? Oh, my baby! Ah, I can pet the baby! It's so close! What was that? Hello? What was that? I beg you. Oh, there's different ones. Stop. That's so cute. We're gonna be here all day. What was that first one? That looked so cursed. Maybe it'll be better from a different angle. hugging with all of my heart. Great Scott. One more time, one more time. At least we get to pet him. I love that they let us do that. I made her too small. Stop. She's perfect. She's fine. Leave her alone. Who's this?
So I put the word out for dragon hunters, and I've heard back about someone who might work. It's a woman named Tosh from a group of Ravani treasure hunters called the
Flash
Lords
this
of
stream.
Fortune.
Let's go.
Sounds promising.
An agent for the Lords said that Tosh is working on a mission for them along the Ravane coast. If we help her, she'll be free to join us and fight any blighted dragons the gods throw our way.
Yes.
What do you know about what's going on in Ravane right now?
Not much more than you do. Varric and I never went there while hunting Solus. The Kunari were on pretty good terms with Ravane, but that was before the Antam military broke away from the rest of the Qun. I wouldn't be surprised if the Antam invaded Ravane like they did Treviso and Eastern Tevinter.
All right. Guess we'll be ready.
I appreciate the help.
Thanks for finding a contact. There can't be that many professional dragon hunters around.
Time to find out if the crossroads can get us to an alluvion in that area. We'll head out whenever you're ready.
Yee. 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 You had a little fancy pool in here. I feel like you're renovating the place. You know, the more we're here, I like that. Some changes. Let me go talk to you.
Okay, Balara, what's your lead on getting us a Fate expert for the team?
Good evening.
Greetings.
Myrna, Vorgoth, what's more of the Morn Watch doing here?
I've been writing to senior Fate expert. Turns out he's a watcher like you, but I needed help tracking him down.
Thus we came.
You've done well since we last met at the Necropolis, Rook. Back straight.
Oh, you wouldn't believe what I've seen since I left the Watchers.
No one truly leaves the Watchers.
Interesting.
I recall I was encouraged to travel for a time.
It's brushed the dust from your bones.
So Balara's been in touch with one of our own necromancers?
Yes. Do you know Professor Emmerich Volkarin?
I've heard of him around the Necropolis. Never met.
The professor specializes in the Fade and spirits, a truly powerful psychagogue. He's currently investigating a disturbance in the Shrouded Halls.
Well, well, well.
Seek him there.
Thank you for the lead.
You're most welcome.
Rook, prepare well.
Agreed. The Shrouded Halls have lately been restless.
Interesting. Aren't we so cute? Why'd it get dark? All right. So, we got 2 exciting things to do for the next time we play Dragon Age, which will be tomorrow night. I'm not gonna do too much more today. I will call it. I know it's a little early, but I do have some stuff to do kind of early tomorrow. So, to allow myself some rest and downtime.
Don't panic. Things always seem impossible. Just fight one battle at a time.
Okay. We'll call it here. So, yeah. We do a little save. Oop, that's not save. Unacceptable. Whoa. Yibs. All right. We'll call it. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is not a 3:30 stream. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong knob. There you go. Tomorrow's not a 3:30 stream. Tomorrow is a 5:30 p.m. stream. So we'll be here a little. We'll start later, and we'll be a little later as well. So exciting. And tomorrow will be our day that we go get our strong friend Tash. So excited. So thank you guys for enduring my technical difficulties today. Hopefully tomorrow there are none, because we had difficulties on one side and then we had difficulties on another. So we're finally at a middle point where there should be none tomorrow. Sure. Yee. And I'll be sure to like shout like, "Hey, we're gonna only be here at this time, so don't be here at 3:30. Like, where's Purple? Purple's late. No, we're only gonna be here at a certain time. 5:30. And Jordan, yeah, I followed him. Let's see where they are in the game. I'm only gonna do a quick peek. Is this their day one? Okay. Right, ready for tomorrow. You got it. All right, we're gonna wait. And we'll call it a night. Bloop. There you go. I'm also, I think tomorrow, because I was gonna do it today, but then stuff. So tomorrow should be the first episode upload of our playthrough. So it'll be like 2 days behind. So like tomorrow is gonna be yesterday's stuff. Then Sunday is gonna be no, that's not even true. It's gonna be it's a backlog. So the first playthrough, which was yesterday, will be tomorrow. But because that was multiple hours, it's broken up. So it's like I'm only like an hour at a time, so that I don't overwhelm with like 4-hour videos. But yeah, we'll be posting throughout the week. So we'll be posting throughout the week expeditiously. So our YouTube has more action. Yeah. But yeah, before I do this raid though, be sure to check out our website. Once I am done with what I need to do and recover and hopefully get closure and all that good fun stuff, I will be back having more time and energy to do more of my creative things. I haven't been able to do much. I guess the safest way to say, which most of you already know, but the safest way to say is I have some chronic something going on. Something illness chronic is happening. So I'm tired a lot more than I would like to be. And some days I'm just drained. So I just don't get to do the things that I want to do. That being said, I know a lot of you already have the patience with me, and I'm so thankful for that. But some days I'm up, some days I'm not. So hopefully I have a lot more updates coming, especially after everything happening next week. And we can have more stuff for you guys. And it's not just crickets and terps. And I want to write more, and I want to make more music, and I want to make more stuff for our store. So anyway, that's all on our website. Check it out. That's not I didn't spell it. My brain is tired. Don't listen to it. There we go. Website. There's a link. That's it. So check it out if you haven't done so already. And I appreciate the subs and the follows and the biddies today. I love you guys too. W community. Awesome sauce as usual. Now we're gonna raid out to D&D Jordan Leah. Gonna hop back over there. I think it's been like 2 weeks, I think, since I've visited. Let me see what they got going on in Dragon Age. There we go. If you are a subscriber, go ahead and copy the first message. This one is for you. And if you're not a subscriber, go ahead and copy the second one. All right. That's all I have for you guys. Be sure to have fun. And I don't know, again, if they're further than I am or not. But as always, keep your spoilies. If they're not as far as I am, no spoilies. We don't like spoilies for anybody because we don't like spoilies. So, Ink, I know I'm sorry. I'm probably gonna not stream late the next couple days, and then I have a couple days next week that I'm not streaming. But I'll be posting I'll be updating everybody in the Discord, keeping everybody in touch, so that you know what's going on, how I'm doing, all that stuff. So, thank you for stopping in. I'm sorry it's so late, but the VOD is up, and I'm posting the playthroughs on YouTube, so you can always catch them, so that when they fall off of Twitch, they're not gone forever. Okay, I only have like 2 seconds now. Okay, thank you guys for hanging out. You're awesome. I appreciate you all so much. Take care. I'll see you guys tomorrow night, 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Back on some Dragon Age. Okay, bye.